Today, I've prepared the biography of Ludwig van Beethoven. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, let your body sink into the mattress and your mind drift gently into the soft melody of history. Tonight, we'll be exploring the remarkable life of one of music's greatest composers, Ludwig van Beethoven. His story will carry you through the gentle waves of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, from his humble beginnings in Bonn to his triumphant symphonies in Vienna. Let his passionate musical journey be the backdrop to your dreams tonight, as we whisper tales of genius, struggle, and transcendent beauty. Feel your breathing slow as we begin our journey into the world of Beethoven, where even silence held music for a man who would change the course of musical history forever. In the gentle glow of candlelight, in a modest home in Bonn, Germany, a child was born who would one day transform the world of music forever. The date was December 17th, 1770, though he would later be baptized on the 17th, creating a small mystery about his exact birth date that has lingered through the centuries like a soft, unanswered question. This child was Ludwig van Beethoven, born into a world of sound and melody, though fate would eventually play a cruel irony upon him. The house where little Ludwig drew his first breath stood on Bongas, a narrow, winding street in the heart of Bonn. It was a 3-story building with small windows that let in streams of golden light during the day, illuminating the simple wooden floors and modest furnishings of the family home. Outside, the cobblestone streets would echo with the sounds of horse-drawn carriages, street vendors calling their wares, and the everyday symphony of 18th century German life. The Beethoven family had Flemish roots, with Ludwig's grandfather, also named Ludwig, having moved to Bonn from the region of Mechelen in present-day Belgium. This elder Ludwig had established a respectable position as Kapellmeister, music director, in the court of the Elector of Cologne. He was a man of dignity and musical accomplishment, setting a high standard that would hover over the family for generations to come. Like a soft but persistent cloud, Ludwig's father, Johann van Beethoven, was also a musician, though not of his father's caliber. Johann sang tenor in the same electoral chapel where his father had once been the esteemed director. Johann had a pleasant enough voice, but his true legacy would be complicated by his struggles with alcohol and his often harsh treatment of his children, particularly young Ludwig. The household was not always a peaceful one, with Johann's footsteps sometimes becoming heavy and threatening as evening wore on and the wine flowed freely. Ludwig's mother, Maria Magdalena Keverich, came from a different world entirely. She had been born to a family of modest nobility, the daughter of a chief overseer of the kitchen at the palace of the Elector of Trier. Maria had married once before, to a valet named Johann Lame, who had died, leaving her a young widow before she met Johann van Beethoven. She was described by contemporaries as a slender woman with a long, delicate face and a gentle disposition. In the family home, she was like a soft breeze, moving quietly through the rooms, trying to create harmony amid the sometimes discordant notes of family life. The Beethoven household eventually grew to include 7 children, though only 3 boys would survive into adulthood: Ludwig, Caspar Anton Karl, and Nikolaus Johann. The loss of the other children cast long shadows of grief through the family's life, creating quiet spaces of remembrance that would occasionally surface in Maria's distant gaze, or in a moment of unexpected tenderness from Johann. Young Ludwig's earliest years unfolded against the backdrop of the late Enlightenment, a time when reason, science, and human potential were being celebrated across Europe. In the German states, including the electoral territory of Cologne, where Bonn was located, there was a cultural movement known as the Aufklärung, the German Enlightenment, which emphasized education, rational thought, and the development of individual talents. The Bonn of Beethoven's childhood was a relatively small city of around 10,000 inhabitants, nestled along the Rhine River. The city was dominated by the Electoral Palace, a grand Baroque structure that housed the court of the Elector of Cologne, who was both a secular ruler and a prince-archbishop. The palace was not only the center of political power, but also a cultural hub where music, theater, and the arts were patronized and performed. As a child, Ludwig would have wandered through the narrow streets of Bonn, perhaps stopping to watch the boats on the Rhine, carrying goods and travelers up and down the great river. He might have paused near the marketplace, where farmers from the surrounding countryside brought their produce, creating a tapestry of colors, scents, and sounds. The soft thud of apples being placed in baskets, the gentle rustle of cabbages, the murmur of voices haggling over prices in the regional dialect. Ludwig's formal education was limited and somewhat haphazard. He attended a primary school for a time, where he learned reading, writing, and arithmetic. But his father had other plans for his son's development. Johann, recognizing his son's musical talent from an early age, was determined to mold Ludwig into a prodigy who could support the family financially. Much like the young Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart had done for his family. And so, when Ludwig was just a small child, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, his musical education began in earnest. Johann would often rouse his son from sleep in the middle of the night, demanding that he practice the piano for hours. The image of the small boy, his feet barely reaching the pedals, his tiny fingers stretching across the keys, while his father loomed over him, sometimes with a glass of wine in hand, is one that has persisted through the centuries. A troubling beginning for one of music's greatest geniuses. Despite the harsh methods, Ludwig did indeed show remarkable talent. His small hands seemed to know instinctively where to find the notes, and his ears could detect subtleties in music that others missed entirely. It was as if the melodies lived inside him, waiting to be released through his fingertips onto the keys. Ludwig's first formal music teacher was his father, who instructed him on both violin and piano. Johann was not a gentle teacher, and his methods were strict and sometimes cruel. There are stories of young Ludwig standing on a footstool to reach the keyboard, tears streaming down his face as he practiced the same passage over and over under his father's unforgiving gaze, recognizing that his son needed more advanced instruction than he could provide. Johann arranged for Ludwig to study with other musicians in Bonn. One of these was Gilles van den Eden, the court organist, who introduced the boy to the complexities of keyboard technique. Another significant teacher was Christian Gottlob Neef, who became court organist in 1781 when Ludwig was 10 years old. Neef was a composer and conductor who had been influenced by the ideas of the Enlightenment. He not only taught Ludwig advanced keyboard skills, but also introduced him to the works of Johann Sebastian Bach, particularly the Well-Tempered Clavier, a collection of preludes and fugues that would influence Beethoven throughout his life. Neef recognized Ludwig's extraordinary talent and took a personal interest in his development, becoming something of a mentor to the boy. Under Neef's guidance, Ludwig made rapid progress. By the age of 12, he was accomplished enough to serve as Neef's assistant organist at the court chapel. In 1782, Neef wrote about his pupil in a music magazine. Louis van Beethoven, son of the tenor singer mentioned, a boy of 11 years and of most promising talent. This youthful genius deserves support so that he can travel, but the comparison to Mozart was significant, as Mozart was then at the height of his powers and fame. The idea that young Ludwig might follow in such illustrious footsteps must have filled Johann with hope for future financial security. In 1784, when Ludwig was just 13, he published his first composition, a set of keyboard variations. The following year, he was appointed as assistant court organist, a paid position that helped support his family, whose financial situation was increasingly precarious due to Johann's declining career and his problems with alcohol. The electoral court in Bonn was a place of refinement and cultural sophistication. The elector at the time of Ludwig's youth was Maximilian Franz, the youngest son of Empress Maria Theresa of Austria and brother of Emperor Joseph II. Maximilian Franz was an enlightened ruler who valued education and the arts. He maintained an excellent court orchestra and opera, providing young Ludwig with exposure to the finest music of the day. As Ludwig entered his teenage years, his responsibilities at court increased. He played viola in the court orchestra, which gave him invaluable experience in ensemble playing and exposed him to a wide repertoire of contemporary music. He also continued to develop as a pianist, becoming known for his extraordinary improvisational skills. Visitors to Bonn who heard the young musician play would often leave amazed at his ability to take a simple theme and transform it into complex, emotionally powerful music on the spot. During these formative years, Ludwig's home life continued to be challenging. His father's alcoholism worsened, making him increasingly unreliable and abusive. By the time Ludwig was a teenager, he had effectively become the head of the household, taking responsibility for the family's finances and the care of his younger brothers. A pivotal moment came in 1787, when, at the age of 16, Ludwig was given the opportunity to travel to Vienna, the musical capital of Europe, where he hoped to study with Mozart. Vienna at this time was a city of around 200,000 people, a cosmopolitan center where the Habsburg monarchy maintained its court. The streets were wider than those of Bonn, the buildings grander, and the cultural life infinitely richer. It is believed that Ludwig did indeed meet Mozart during this visit, and may have played for him. However, Ludwig's stay in Vienna was cut short when he received news that his mother was gravely ill. He rushed back to Bonn, arriving just in time to be with Maria Magdalena in her final days. She died on July 17, 1787, likely from tuberculosis, a common and often fatal disease in that era. Ludwig was devastated by the loss of his mother, who had been a gentle, loving presence in his life, a counterbalance to his father's harshness. In the wake of his mother's death, Ludwig's responsibilities grew even heavier. His father, increasingly incapacitated by alcoholism, was unable to care for the family. Ludwig, not yet 18, had to petition the elector to have half of Johann's salary paid directly to him, so that he could manage the household and care for his younger brothers. These early experiences of loss, responsibility, and the necessity of self-reliance would profoundly shape Beethoven's character and, eventually, his music. The boy who had once stood on a footstool to reach the piano keys was becoming a young man of remarkable determination and inner strength. Despite the personal challenges, Ludwig continued to develop as a musician. He studied composition with Franz Anton Ries and became friends with members of prominent Bonn families, including the von Breuning family, who introduced him to literature, philosophy, and the broader intellectual currents of the Enlightenment. At the von Breuning household, Ludwig found a second home, a place where his mind and spirit could expand beyond the narrow confines of his troubled family life. Helene von Breuning, the widowed matriarch of the family, treated him almost as a son, and her children became his close friends. In this nurturing environment, Ludwig read the works of German poets and playwrights like Goethe and Schiller, whose ideas about human freedom and dignity would later find expression in his music. Another important influence during these Bonn years was Count Ferdinand von Waldstein, a patron of the arts who recognized Ludwig's exceptional talent as the 1780s drew to a close. Political upheaval was brewing across Europe. The French Revolution, which began in 1789, sent shockwaves through the established order, promoting ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity that resonated with many intellectuals and artists, including the young Beethoven. These revolutionary ideals of human freedom and dignity would become central themes in his later compositions. In Bonn, Ludwig continued to expand his musical horizons. He composed several works during this period, including 3 piano sonatas dedicated to the Elector, though these were not published at the time. He also wrote music for the theater, including ballet music for a production at the court. By 1792, it had become clear that Ludwig had outgrown the musical opportunities available in Bonn. The Elector, recognizing his exceptional talent, agreed to continue paying his salary while he studied in Vienna with Joseph Haydn, then Europe's most renowned composer. In November of that year, at the age of 21, Ludwig left Bonn for Vienna, never to return to his hometown. As he departed, Count Waldstein wrote in his album, "Dear Beethoven," and so, the young man from Bonn, shaped by a difficult childhood, the loss of his beloved mother, and the burden of family responsibilities, set off for the imperial city that would become his home for the rest of his life. He carried with him not only his extraordinary musical gifts, but also the resilience and determination forged in those early years, qualities that would sustain him through the triumphs and tragedies that lay ahead, including the cruel irony that the composer who had first found his calling in the world of sound would eventually lose his hearing entirely. The child who had once been awakened in the night to practice until his small fingers ached would go on to create some of the most profound and enduring music ever written. Music that continues to move and inspire listeners more than 2 centuries later. But that is another story, to be told another time, as we drift peacefully into dreams, accompanied by the immortal notes of Beethoven's legacy. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle twilight of history, we find the roots of a musical genius whose compositions still caress our souls today. Ludwig van Beethoven's family tree extends deeply into the rich soil of Flemish heritage, its branches reaching through generations of musicians and humble workers, whose lives and traditions would subtly shape one of history's most profound musical voices. The Beethoven lineage can be traced back to the fertile lowlands of what is now Belgium, where the name Beethoven or Beet Farm suggests a connection to the earth and simple agricultural beginnings. The family's Flemish origins bestowed upon them a cultural inheritance of resilience and industriousness, qualities that would flow through the generations like a quiet, persistent melody. In the mid-1700s, The composer's grandfather, also named Ludwig van Beethoven, left the village of Mechelen and settled in the German city of Bonn. This elder Ludwig, born around 1712, possessed a warm, resonant singing voice that earned him a position as bass singer in the court chapel of the Elector of Cologne. Imagine him walking the cobblestone streets of Bonn, his tall figure moving with dignity through the morning mist, carrying the musical traditions of his Flemish ancestors into this new German home. Grandfather Ludwig eventually rose to become Kapellmeister, or music director, a position of considerable respect in the cultural life of Bonn. He married Maria Josepha Pohl, a woman whose gentle nature complemented his more forceful personality. Together, they created a home filled with music and the comfortable routines of middle-class German life. Their modest house near the Rhine River would often be filled with the sounds of rehearsals and informal musical gatherings, creating an atmosphere where music was as natural as breathing. Among their children was Johann van Beethoven, born in 1740, who would become the father of our composer. Johann followed his father into musical service at the electoral court, becoming a tenor in the chapel choir. He was a man of moderate musical talent, but immoderate habits, particularly a fondness for wine that would grow more pronounced as the years passed. Johann's character contained contradictions that flowed through the family history like counterpoint in a complex musical score. Moments of tenderness intermingled with periods of harshness, ambition existing alongside disappointment. In 1767, Johann married Maria Magdalena Keverich, a young woman from Ehrenbreitstein who brought her own family history into the Beethoven household. Maria Magdalena came from a family that had served in the household staff of the Elector of Trier. Her father had been head chef at the fortress of Ehrenbreitstein, preparing elaborate meals for nobility in the warm, aromatic kitchens of the palace. Maria carried with her memories of her childhood home, where the rhythms of court life and the changing seasons along the Rhine created a gentle backdrop to daily existence. Maria Magdalena had known sorrow before meeting Johann, widowed at a young age when her first husband, a valet named Lame, died. She brought a certain melancholy grace to her new marriage. Those who knew her described a slender woman with delicate features and a quiet dignity. She possessed a natural gentleness that would provide a soft counterbalance to Johann's more volatile nature. The young couple established their home in Bonn, living first in a small apartment in the Electoral Palace, where Johann performed his duties, and later moving to a modest house on the Banges. It was in this house, on a quiet December day in 1770, that Ludwig van Beethoven was born, entering a world where the refined culture of court music mingled with the simple traditions of Rhineland domestic life. The Beethoven household followed the rhythms and customs typical of a German family of their time. Their days would begin early, with Johann often leaving to fulfill his musical duties at court, while Maria Magdalena tended to the children and their small home. The family's meals would reflect both their Flemish heritage and local German traditions. Hearty soups, dark bread, seasonal vegetables from the markets, and occasionally meat when finances permitted. In the evenings, the family might gather around their small hearth, where Maria would perhaps share stories passed down from her own mother, tales of life in the fortress at Ehrenbreitstein, or older folk stories from the Rhineland that had been whispered through generations. Johann might demonstrate musical passages on the violin or keyboard, his fingers moving with practiced ease across the instruments, even as his mind might be slightly clouded by wine. The family celebrated the traditional Catholic feast days and festivals that marked the calendar in Bonn. Young Ludwig would have experienced the colorful processions of Corpus Christi winding through the streets, the solemn observances of Holy Week, and the joyful celebrations of Christmas, with its special foods and customs. These religious observances provided structure and community connection for the family, even as Johann's relationship with the church remained somewhat ambivalent. The Beethoven home was not wealthy, but it contained treasures of cultural value, books of music, instruments, and occasionally volumes of literature or philosophy that Johann acquired through his court connections. These objects formed the material heritage that surrounded the young Ludwig, creating an environment where artistic expression was valued alongside the necessities of daily life. From his Flemish ancestors, Ludwig inherited a tradition of craftsmanship and attention to detail. The Beethoven family had long understood the value of patient work, of building something note by note, piece by piece. This ethic of careful construction would later manifest in Ludwig's meticulous compositional process, where he would revise and refine his musical ideas through countless sketches before achieving the perfect expression of his vision. From his German surroundings in Bonn, young Ludwig absorbed the intellectual currents of the Enlightenment that flowed through the electoral court. The Elector Maximilian Franz, brother of Emperor Joseph II, encouraged progressive thinking and artistic development. This cultural atmosphere, with its emphasis on human potential and emotional expression, would later blend with Ludwig's Flemish heritage of craftsmanship to create his unique artistic voice. Family stories tell of how Johann, recognizing his son's extraordinary talent, would sometimes wake the young boy in the night for impromptu music lessons. Imagine the small child, his eyes heavy with interrupted sleep, sitting at the keyboard while his father's voice, perhaps roughened by wine, instructed him on proper finger positions and musical phrasing. These midnight lessons, remembered with a mixture of resentment and gratitude, formed part of Ludwig's complex inheritance, a childhood where musical development took precedence over childish pleasures. Maria Magdalena's influence on her son manifested in different ways. From her, Ludwig likely inherited his deep capacity for feeling and his appreciation for the gentler aspects of life. Those who knew her spoke of her patience and moral strength, qualities that would help sustain her son through his later trials. She taught him the small domestic rituals that provided continuity, the proper way to prepare coffee in the morning, the care of household linens, the observance of named days and birthdays with special attention. When Ludwig was still a child, his grandfather, the respected Kapellmeister, died. This loss removed a stabilizing presence from the family's life. The elder Ludwig had represented musical achievement and social respectability, and his absence left Johann without the guidance that might have helped him manage his growing problems with alcohol and financial irresponsibility. As Johann's drinking increased, the atmosphere in the Beethoven home grew more strained. Maria Magdalena, whose health was never robust, found herself increasingly burdened with maintaining the household's stability. Young Ludwig and his brothers, Caspar Anton Karl and Nikolaus Johann, witnessed their father's decline, while simultaneously absorbing the rich musical heritage he still managed to impart despite his personal failings. When Ludwig was 17, another profound loss shaped his life when his gentle mother died of consumption. Her passing left a void of nurturing feminine presence in the Beethoven household and thrust young Ludwig into a position of greater family responsibility. The memory of her quiet strength would remain with him throughout his life, emerging in the moments of tenderness that occasionally break through even his most turbulent compositions. With his mother gone and his father increasingly incapacitated by alcoholism, Ludwig assumed a parental role toward his younger brothers. This early experience of responsibility and care for others became another thread in the complex tapestry of his character, instilling in him a sense of duty that sometimes conflicted with his artistic needs for solitude and concentration. The cultural environment of Bonn continued to nurture Ludwig's developing musical gifts. The Electoral Court maintained an orchestra and opera company, where he gained practical experience as a violist and keyboard player. Bach. Local traditions also left their mark on Ludwig's developing sensibility. The folk songs of the Rhineland, with their direct emotional expression and connection to everyday life, provided a counterpoint to the more formal court music. These melodies, perhaps sung by Maria Magdalena as she went about her household tasks, or heard in taverns and at local festivals, would later find their way into some of his compositions, transformed by his genius, but still carrying the essence of their humble origins. In 1792, recognizing that Bonn could no longer contain his growing talents, Ludwig prepared to leave for Vienna. His patron, Count Waldstein, wrote prophetic words in his album, Dear Beethoven. As Ludwig departed for Vienna, he carried with him the complex inheritance of his family history, the Flemish traditions of craftsmanship and perseverance, the German intellectual environment of the Enlightenment, the musical training imparted by his flawed but gifted father, and the gentle moral strength exemplified by his mother. These elements, woven together through the experiences of his childhood and youth, formed the foundation upon which he would build his revolutionary musical language. In Vienna, far from the familiar landscapes of the Rhine Valley, Ludwig would sometimes recall the stories his mother had told of her childhood at Ehrenbreitstein, or remember the sound of his grandfather's voice leading the court singers. These memories provided a connection to his roots, even as he forged new artistic paths in the imperial capital. The family traits manifested in Ludwig's adult personality, the determination and work ethic of his Flemish ancestors, the emotional depth inherited from his mother, the musical facility passed down through generations of Beethovens, even his less appealing characteristics, his occasional stubbornness, his difficulty with personal relationships, can be seen as extensions of family patterns that had developed over decades. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine the young Beethoven arriving in Vienna, carrying not just his musical scores and personal belongings, but the invisible inheritance of family traditions, stories, and characteristics that had shaped him. This cultural and familial legacy would continue to influence his music and his life choices as he faced the challenges ahead. Most tragically, the gradual loss of his hearing that would isolate him from the very world of sound in which his genius had first found expression. The child who had once been awakened in the night to practice until his small fingers ached would go on to create some of the most profound and enduring music ever written. Music that continues to move and inspire listeners more than 2 centuries later. But that is another story to be told another time, as we drift peacefully into dreams accompanied by the immortal notes of Beethoven's legacy. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next in the quiet city of Bonn, nestled along the gentle flowing waters of the Rhine River. A young boy named Ludwig van Beethoven opened his eyes to the world in December of 1770. The city itself was a peaceful place, not large or imposing like Vienna or Paris would have been, but rather a provincial town with a population of just about 10,000 souls. The Rhine provided a constant, soothing presence in the life of the city, its waters moving in eternal rhythm, sometimes calm and reflective, sometimes swollen with spring rains, but always there, always flowing, much like the music that would eventually pour from young Ludwig's imagination. The Beethoven family lived in a modest home on Banges, a narrow street in the heart of the old city. The house itself was small and somewhat cramped, particularly as the family grew to include several children. The walls were thick, as was common in homes of that era, helping to keep in the precious warmth during the cold winter months, when frost would pattern the small window panes like delicate lace. In summer, these same walls would hold the cool morning air as long as possible against the heat of the day. Inside the Beethoven household, one would notice first the ever-present scent of beeswax candles, which cast a warm, golden glow over the simple furnishings. The family was not wealthy, and their possessions reflected this reality. The wooden floors would creak slightly underfoot, telling stories of all who had walked there before. A small kitchen would have been filled with the comforting aromas of bread baking, soup simmering, and perhaps, on special occasions, the sweet scent of cinnamon and sugar. Most significant in this humble setting was the presence of musical instruments. Johann van Beethoven, Ludwig's father, was a court musician who sang tenor in the electoral chapel. The home would have resonated with the sounds of practice, scales repeated patiently, melodies worked and reworked, the occasional frustrated sigh when a passage proved difficult. For young Ludwig, these sounds were as natural as breathing, the background texture of his earliest memories. The rhythms of daily life in the Beethoven household were dictated partly by Johann's musical duties and partly by the broader patterns of life in Bonn. Mornings would begin early, with the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains and the distant sounds of the city awakening. The calls of vendors setting up their stalls in the market, the clatter of carriage wheels on cobblestone streets, the church bells marking the hours with their resonant tones. Ludwig's mother, Maria Magdalena, was a gentle, patient woman whose days were filled with the endless tasks of maintaining a household. She would rise before the others, stirring the banked embers in the hearth to life, preparing simple breakfasts of bread, and perhaps a bit of cheese or fruit. The water for washing would need to be drawn and heated, the floors swept, the linens tended to. Through all these tasks, she moved with quiet grace, her presence a stabilizing force in the sometimes turbulent household. For it must be said that Johann van Beethoven was not always an easy man to live with. He had recognized his son's extraordinary talent early and was determined to develop it, sometimes with methods that modern sensibilities would find harsh. There were nights when young Ludwig, no more than 5 or 6 years old, would be awakened from peaceful slumber and made to practice until his small fingers ached and his eyes could barely stay open. Johann had dreams of his son becoming a prodigy like the young Mozart, whose fame had spread throughout Europe, and he pushed relentlessly toward this goal. Outside the confines of their home, Bonn offered a rich tapestry of experiences for a growing child. The city was the seat of the Elector of Cologne, and the Electoral Palace stood as a grand symbol of authority and culture. Its gardens, though primarily reserved for the nobility, could sometimes be glimpsed by ordinary citizens, offering tantalizing visions of formal beauty and order. The palace chapel, where Johann performed, was a space of soaring ceilings and magnificent acoustics, where music seemed to float upward like prayers, lingering in the air Long after the final notes had been played, the streets of Bonn were a constant source of sensory stimulation. Cobblestones, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, created a distinctive sound under carriage wheels, a rhythmic clatter that might have found its way into young Ludwig's musical consciousness. Market days brought a kaleidoscope of colors, scents, and sounds as vendors called out their wares. Fresh vegetables still carrying the earthy scent of the fields where they were grown, fish from the Rhine displayed on beds of crushed ice, flowers adding bright splashes of color and sweet perfume to the scene. The changing seasons painted Bonn in different hues and textures. Spring brought soft rains that made the world seem freshly washed, with new green leaves unfurling on the trees and early flowers pushing up through the soil. Summer filled the air with warmth and the buzzing of insects, the days stretching long into evening with golden light that seemed to bless everything it touched. Autumn came with mists rising from the Rhine in the early mornings, the trees along its banks turning to flame before surrendering their leaves to the wind, and winter wrapped the city in stillness, snow muffling sounds and transforming familiar landscapes into mysterious new forms. For a sensitive child like Ludwig, these sensory experiences were not merely background, but essential nourishment for a developing imagination. The natural world, in particular, seemed to speak to something deep within him. Later in life, he would find solace and inspiration in long walks through the countryside. And this connection to nature can be traced back to his childhood experiences in and around Bonn. The Rhine itself must have been a powerful presence in young Beethoven's consciousness. The great river, flowing steadily northward, connected Bonn to a larger world. Barges and small boats moved along its surface, carrying goods and people to distant places. Standing on its banks, a thoughtful child might have wondered where all that water came from and where it was going. Questions that mirror the philosophical depth that would later characterize Beethoven's most profound compositions. The social environment of Beethoven's childhood was shaped by the realities of class and status in late 18th century Germany. The family occupied a somewhat ambiguous position, not wealthy or aristocratic, but not entirely common either. Johann's position as a court musician gave them a connection to the refined world of the electoral court, but they remained essentially middle class, with all the limitations and aspirations that entailed. Young Ludwig's education reflected this in-between status. He attended a common school where he learned reading, writing, and arithmetic, but his true education was musical and largely provided at home. By the age of 7, he was giving his first public performance, though his father advertised him as being only 6, again hoping to create the impression of a Mozart-like prodigy. The Beethoven home was not without moments of warmth and joy, despite Johann's sometimes harsh methods. Music itself provided a language through which feelings could be expressed, when words failed. There would have been evenings when the family gathered together, perhaps joined by friends, to make music simply for the pleasure of it. These moments, when music was not a task or a discipline, but a shared delight, surely helped to nurture Ludwig's deep love for the art that would become his life's work. The family's Flemish ancestry contributed a certain stubborn determination to Ludwig's character, a trait that would serve him well in later years when he faced seemingly insurmountable challenges. From his mother, he inherited a depth of feeling, a capacity for both joy and sorrow that would find expression in the emotional range of his compositions. And from generations of Beethovens who had been musicians before him, came not just technical facility, but an understanding that music was more than notes on a page. It was a calling, a vocation, a way of being in the world. As Ludwig grew older, his world expanded beyond the confines of the family home. By the age of 10, he had left regular schooling behind to focus entirely on music. His father's influence began to wane as other teachers recognized and nurtured his extraordinary gifts. Christian Gottlob Neef, the court organist, became a particularly important mentor, introducing the young Beethoven to the works of Bach and encouraging his first compositions. The electoral court provided opportunities for the developing musician to hear a wide range of music and to meet performers and composers from other places. Bonn, though provincial in many ways, was not entirely isolated from the broader currents of European culture. Ideas from the Enlightenment circulated among the educated classes, and young Ludwig absorbed these progressive notions along with his musical education. The physical spaces of Beethoven's childhood, the cramped family home, the grand electoral chapel, the flowing Rhine, the changing seasons, all left their mark on his developing sensibility. So too did the people who surrounded him, his demanding father, his gentle mother, his siblings, his teachers, and the wider community of Bonn. From this rich tapestry of influences emerged a unique creative voice that would eventually transform the musical landscape of Europe. The determination that enabled the young Beethoven to practice for hours, even when his fingers ached and his eyes grew heavy with sleep, would later help him to continue composing even as his hearing failed. The emotional depth that allowed him to connect so profoundly with music as a child would find expression in works of extraordinary power and sensitivity. Even his difficulties, his occasional stubbornness, his challenges in personal relationships can be understood as extensions of patterns established in those formative years in Bonn. As we imagine the young Beethoven moving through the streets of his hometown, taking in the sights and sounds and rhythms of daily life, we can begin to understand how these experiences were transmuted into the music that continues to move us today. The flowing waters of the Rhine perhaps echo in the fluid passages of his piano sonatas. The changing seasons might be heard in the pastoral beauty of his Sixth Symphony, the complex emotional landscape of his family life surely informed the profound humanity of his later works. In these quiet moments of reflection, as our thoughts drift like leaves on a gentle stream, we can appreciate how the seemingly ordinary details of a childhood, a mother's touch, a father's expectations, the sound of rain on a window pane, the smell of bread baking in the kitchen, can shape a life, and through that life, shape history itself. For the boy who grew up in that modest home on Bangas would go on to create music that speaks to something universal in the human experience. Music that continues to resonate across the centuries, touching hearts and minds with its beauty, its passion, and its truth. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. The education of young Ludwig van Beethoven unfolded like a gentle river, flowing steadily through the landscape of his early life in Bonn. Unlike many composers of his era, Beethoven's formal education was somewhat irregular, shaped by circumstances both challenging and fortuitous. His father Johann, eager to cultivate a prodigy who might rival the young Mozart, became Ludwig's first music teacher when the boy was merely 5 years old. These early lessons often took place in the soft glow of candlelight. After his father returned home from his performances at the court, Johann's teaching methods were stern, sometimes harsh. He would rouse young Ludwig from peaceful slumber to practice at the keyboard, the child's small fingers stretching to reach the notes as his eyes struggled to stay open. Yet, within this demanding regimen, a profound musical intelligence began to blossom. Like a flower slowly opening its petals to the morning sun, the hours spent at the clavier, repetitive and sometimes tearful, nonetheless planted seeds that would later flourish into extraordinary musical innovation. By the age of 8, Ludwig began studying with other teachers who recognized something special in the serious-eyed boy. Tobias Friedrich Pfeffer, a family friend and accomplished musician, offered guidance in piano technique. Christian Gottlob Neef, the court organist, became particularly important in Beethoven's development. Neef was a man of gentle demeanor, but profound musical knowledge, who introduced young Ludwig to the works of Bach and other masters. Under Neef's patient tutelage, Beethoven's fingers danced across the keys with increasing confidence, his understanding of musical structure deepening with each passing season. Imagine the young boy walking through the cobblestone streets of Bonn to his lessons with Neef, perhaps pausing to listen to the cathedral bells ringing in the distance, their tones mingling with the everyday sounds of the city, the soft murmur of voices in the marketplace, the rhythmic clip-clop of horses' hooves, the distant laughter of children at play. All these sounds were absorbed by his sensitive ears, becoming part of the rich tapestry of experience that would later inform his compositions. In the cool, quiet space of the church where Neef taught him organ, Ludwig would sit beside his mentor, watching those experienced hands coax magnificent sounds from the instrument, the sunlight filtering through stained glass windows cast colorful patterns on the stone floor, as Neef explained the intricacies of counterpoint and harmony. Sometimes Ludwig would close his eyes, allowing the music to wash over him like gentle waves, feeling the vibrations of the organ pipes resonating in his very bones. By the age of 11, Ludwig began substituting for Neef as court organist when his teacher was away. Imagine the slight figure of the boy perched on the organ bench, his feet barely reaching the pedals, yet his playing already displaying a maturity beyond his years. The members of the court would exchange glances of surprise and admiration as the young musician's improvisations filled the sacred space with unexpected harmonies and emotional depth. Neef not only nurtured Beethoven's musical talents, but also introduced him to literature and philosophy. In the gentle hours of late afternoon, when the day's practice was complete, teacher and student might discuss the ideas of the Enlightenment, the writings of Goethe or Schiller, the principles of reason and human dignity that were transforming European thought. These conversations, unfolding at an unhurried pace in Neef's book-lined study, helped shape Beethoven's worldview and his understanding of music's capacity to express the most profound human experiences. In 1782, at the tender age of 12, Beethoven published his first composition, a set of keyboard variations. Imagine the quiet pride he must have felt seeing his name in print for the first time, running his fingertips over the engraved notes that had once existed only in his mind. This early achievement, modest though it may seem compared to his later masterworks, represented an important milestone in his development as a composer. The following year brought another significant advancement when Beethoven was appointed harpsichordist in the court orchestra. This position allowed him to immerse himself in the orchestral repertoire of the day, absorbing the textures and colors of different instrumental combinations. During rehearsals, he would listen intently to how the strings blended with the woodwinds, how the brass could add warmth or brilliance to a passage, how the percussion marked time like the steady heartbeat of the music. As the teenage Beethoven continued his musical education, he also began to teach piano to supplement the family income. His father's alcoholism had worsened, making Johann an increasingly unreliable provider. Among Ludwig's students were members of the aristocratic Brüning family, whose home became a second sanctuary for the young musician. Frau von Brüning, a woman of cultural refinement and maternal warmth, welcomed Ludwig into their household, recognizing both his extraordinary gifts and his need for nurturing. In the Brüning home, surrounded by books, art, and stimulating conversation, Beethoven's intellectual horizons expanded like the gradual brightening of dawn. He was introduced to classical literature, encouraged to read poetry, and included in discussions about art and politics. The gentle acceptance he found there provided a soothing counterpoint to the tensions of his own home, allowing his creative spirit to unfold in an atmosphere of appreciation and respect. During these formative years, Beethoven also formed a friendship with Franz Wegeler, a medical student who would later become a physician. Their conversations, stretching into the quiet hours of evening, ranged from music to medicine, from philosophy to the simple pleasures of friendship. Wegeler later recalled how Beethoven would sometimes fall silent, his gaze turning inward as if listening to distant melodies only he could hear. These moments of introspection, of communion with his inner musical world, were already characteristic of the young composer. In 1787, recognizing that Beethoven's talents had outgrown what Bonn could offer, the Elector Maximilian France sponsored a trip to Vienna for the 17-year-old musician to study with Mozart. Imagine the mixture of excitement and trepidation Ludwig must have felt as he embarked on this journey, traveling along roads that wound through peaceful valleys and forests. The rhythmic swaying of the carriage, perhaps suggesting musical phrases that he noted in his ever-present sketchbook. Upon arriving in Vienna, that magnificent city of music and culture, Beethoven arranged to play for Mozart. We can picture the scene. The young man from Bonn, his clothes perhaps a bit provincial, his manner somewhat awkward, sitting down at Mozart's fortepiano in a room filled with elegant furnishings as Beethoven began to play. His initial nervousness melted away, replaced by the pure joy of musical expression. His improvisations grew increasingly bold and inventive, drawing Mozart from an adjacent room where he had been listening. "Keep your eyes on him," Mozart reportedly told those present. The recognition from the greatest musical genius of the age must have filled Beethoven with quiet satisfaction, affirming the path he had chosen. Unfortunately, this promising Viennese sojourn was cut short when Beethoven received word that his mother was gravely ill. He hurried back to Bonn, the landscapes passing in a blur as his thoughts turned homeward. He arrived in time to be with his mother in her final days, a period of profound sorrow that deepened his emotional understanding and ultimately enriched his music with a more complex emotional palette. Following his mother's death, Beethoven's responsibilities increased as he became, in effect, the head of the household, caring for his younger brothers and managing the family's modest finances. Despite these burdens, he continued his musical development, joining the court orchestra as a viola player. This experience provided valuable insights into string writing that would later inform his revolutionary approach to quartet composition. During these years in Bonn, Beethoven also became acquainted with the music of Haydn, whose works were often performed at court. The elegant structures, the wit and invention of Haydn's compositions made a deep impression on the young musician. When Haydn passed through Bonn in 1792, Beethoven showed him a cantata he had composed. The older master impressed by the young man's talent, agreed to take him as a student when he returned to Vienna. And so, in November of 1792, Beethoven left Bonn for the second time, embarking on what would prove to be a permanent move to Vienna. The young composer carried with him not only his musical gifts, but also the accumulated experiences of his Bonn years, the rigorous training, the intellectual stimulation, the emotional challenges, the friendships that had nurtured both his humanity and his artistry. Upon arriving in Vienna, Beethoven began his studies with Haydn, though this relationship proved somewhat complicated. Haydn, while recognizing Beethoven's extraordinary talents, was often distracted by his own compositional activities and travels. When Beethoven discovered that Haydn was not correcting all the exercises he submitted, he quietly sought additional instruction from other teachers, including Johann Georg Albrechtsberger, who provided rigorous training in counterpoint, and Antonio Salieri, who helped him understand vocal writing. These studies unfolded in the peaceful rhythm of the changing seasons. Winter mornings might find Beethoven walking through snow-covered streets to his lessons, his breath forming clouds in the cold air as musical ideas stirred in his mind. Spring afternoons might see him working at his desk by an open window, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of blossoming trees as he carefully notated exercises in figured bass or counterpoint. Summer evenings might be spent in animated discussion with fellow musicians in a garden cafe, the lingering twilight reflecting his expanding artistic horizons. Throughout this period of formal study, Beethoven was also establishing himself as a pianist of remarkable power and originality. His improvisations, in particular, captivated Viennese audiences. Unlike the more decorative style of many contemporary pianists, Beethoven's playing was characterized by a profound expressivity, a sense of structural coherence, even in spontaneous creation, and an intensity that could hold listeners spellbound. As the 18th century drew to a close, Beethoven's education in the broadest sense, musical, intellectual, emotional, was nearing completion. The foundation had been laid for the revolutionary works that would follow: the sonatas, symphonies, concertos, and quartets that would transform musical language were beginning to take shape in his imagination, like stars appearing one by one in the evening sky, each adding its light to the growing constellation of his genius. The path from his first childhood lessons to artistic maturity had not been straight or easy. There had been detours and obstacles, moments of doubt and disappointment, but through it all, Beethoven's unwavering dedication to his art had sustained him, like a traveler following a distant light through gathering darkness, moving steadily forward toward his destiny. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. From his earliest days in Bonn, Ludwig van Beethoven was surrounded by music, nurtured by teachers who saw in him a spark of something extraordinary. His father, Johann, though stern and often harsh, was his first instructor, introducing him to the keyboard with a strictness that bordered on severity. Those early lessons, delivered in the dim candlelight of their modest home, were filled with drills and discipline, shaping young Ludwig's fingers and mind before he could even fully grasp the depth of what he was learning. Yet beneath the sternness, there was a recognition, an unspoken understanding that this child was destined for more than ordinary musicianship. But it was not his father alone who guided him. When Ludwig was 9, a kind and perceptive musician named Christian Gottlob Neef arrived in Bonn, bringing with him a gentler, more thoughtful approach to teaching. Neef became not just an instructor, but a mentor, opening Ludwig's ears to the great composers of the time: Bach, Mozart, Haydn, like a gardener, carefully tending to a young sapling, ensuring it grew strong and true. Under Neef's guidance, Beethoven was introduced to the well-tempered clavier. Its intricate fugues and preludes weaving themselves into his musical consciousness, becoming part of the foundation upon which he would later build his own towering works. Neef saw something rare in the boy, an intensity, a hunger, and encouraged him to compose, publishing his first piece, the Dressler Variations, when Ludwig was just 12. As Beethoven grew, so too did his need for greater challenges, for teachers who could match his rapidly expanding abilities. In 1787, he traveled to Vienna, the glittering heart of European music, in hopes of studying with Mozart. The words, whether fully true or embroidered by legend, carried weight. For Mozart's genius was undeniable, his influence immeasurable. Though their time together was brief, interrupted by Beethoven's return to Bonn to care for his ailing mother, the encounter left an indelible mark, a whisper of inspiration that lingered in the young composer's mind. Years later, Beethoven would return to Vienna, this time to seek out Joseph Haydn, the grand master of the classical style. Haydn, then at the height of his fame, accepted Beethoven as a student, though their relationship was not always smooth. Beethoven, headstrong and fiercely independent, sometimes bristled at Haydn's corrections, convinced that his own ideas held equal merit. Yet, despite these occasional clashes, Haydn's influence was profound. He taught Beethoven the architecture of the symphony, the delicate balance of form and emotion, the way a musical phrase could unfold like a story, carrying the listener effortlessly from one moment to the next. Even when Beethoven eventually sought additional guidance from other teachers, Albrechtsberger for counterpoint, Salieri for vocal writing, Haydn's lessons remained woven into his work, a steady undercurrent beneath the bold innovations that would come later. Beyond the realm of formal instruction, Beethoven found inspiration in the friendships and intellectual exchanges that flourished around him. In Vienna's salons and coffee houses, he mingled with philosophers, poets, and fellow musicians, each conversation sparking new thoughts, new possibilities. One of his most cherished friendships was with Count Ferdinand von Waldstein, a nobleman who believed in Beethoven's talent from the beginning. It was Waldstein who arranged for Beethoven's second journey to Vienna, who urged him to receive Mozart's spirit from the hands of Haydn, and who provided financial support when the young composer needed it most. Waldstein's faith in Beethoven was unwavering, a quiet but constant presence in the composer's life, reminding him of his worth even in moments of self-doubt. Then there was the influence of literature, of the great minds whose words resonated with Beethoven's own restless spirit. He devoured the works of Friedrich Schiller, his ode to joy burning in Beethoven's imagination for years before it would find its ultimate expression in the Ninth Symphony. The ideals of the Enlightenment, liberty, brotherhood, the triumph of the human spirit echoed in his music, shaping not just his compositions, but his very way of thinking. And yet, for all the mentors and role models who guided him, Beethoven was always his own man, absorbing lessons, but never allowing himself to be confined by them. Even as he studied with the great masters, he was already pushing beyond them, testing the boundaries of musical form, seeking something entirely new. His relationship with Haydn, though respectful, grew distant over time. The older composer bewildered by his pupil's relentless innovation, but that was the nature of genius. It could not be contained, could not be fully shaped by any one teacher. In the quiet moments between the storms of creativity and the struggles of daily life, Beethoven often reflected on those who had helped him along the way. Neef, who had first shown him the beauty of counterpoint. Mozart, whose shadow loomed large, but whose brief encouragement had meant everything. Haydn, whose patient instruction had given him the tools to build his own musical world. And the friends, the patrons, the thinkers who had challenged and supported him, each one a thread in the tapestry of his life, each one leaving behind some small but essential gift. As the years passed and his hearing began to fade, these memories became even more precious. In the silence that encroached upon him, he could still hear their voices, the lessons, the laughter, the quiet words of reassurance. They had shaped him, yes, but he had taken what they gave and transformed it into something entirely his own. And in that transformation, in the music that poured forth from his soul, their influence lived on, not as mere imitation, but as something reborn, something eternal. So it is with all great artists. They stand on the shoulders of those who came before, but their vision is uniquely theirs. Beethoven's mentors had given him the tools, the knowledge, the encouragement to reach beyond what was known, to explore the uncharted territories of sound and emotion. And in doing so, they had not just shaped a composer, they had helped give the world a voice unlike any other, a voice that would echo through the centuries, forever changing the way we hear, the way we feel, the way we dream. Let your mind float with with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. The story of Beethoven's early career unfolds like a quiet sonata, each note carefully placed, each phrase building toward something greater. He was just a young man when he first stepped into the world of professional music, barely 17, but already carrying within him the seeds of genius. It was the late 1780s, a time when Europe was on the cusp of great change. Revolutions simmered in France, empires shifted, and the arts flourished in the salons and courts of the privileged. But for young Beethoven, the world was simpler, measured in lessons learned, compositions written, and the slow, steady climb toward recognition. His first professional steps were taken in his hometown of Bonn, where he had already been working as an assistant court organist under the guidance of Christian Gottlob Neef, the man who had first recognized his talent. Neef had introduced him to the works of Bach, taught him the intricacies of harmony, and most importantly, encouraged him to compose. By 1782, young Ludwig had already published his first work, a set of piano variations on a march by Dressler. It was a modest beginning, but for a boy of 12, it was a sign of things to come. In those early years, Beethoven's life was one of discipline and quiet dedication. He played in the court orchestra, accompanied operas, and continued to study with relentless focus. But Bonn, though nurturing, was too small for his ambitions. He longed for Vienna, the city where Mozart had dazzled the world, where the greatest musicians gathered, where the future of music was being written. In 1787, he finally made the journey, armed with letters of introduction and the hope of studying with Mozart himself. The meeting between the two geniuses was brief but profound. Mozart, then at the height of his fame, listened as the young Beethoven played for him. At first, he seemed unimpressed, thinking it was merely a well-rehearsed piece, but then he asked Beethoven to improvise, a test of true skill. And in that moment, as the young man's fingers danced across the keys, weaving melodies no one had ever heard before, Mozart turned to those nearby and whispered, "Keep your eyes on him." But fate had other plans. Beethoven's time in Vienna was cut short when he received word that his mother was gravely ill. He rushed back to Bonn, arriving just in time to be with her in her final days. Her death left him heartbroken, and with his father sinking deeper into alcoholism, the weight of responsibility fell heavily on his young shoulders. For the next several years, he remained in Bonn, supporting his younger brothers, teaching and composing, steadily honing his craft, while the world outside churned with revolution and upheaval. Yet even in these difficult years, there were moments of light. The von Breuning family, who had long been friends and patrons, welcomed him into their home as one of their own. Here, surrounded by books and music and lively conversation, Beethoven found solace. He read voraciously poetry, philosophy, the works of Schiller and Goethe, and these ideas would later find their way into his music. He also formed deep friendships, particularly with Count Waldstein, a nobleman who saw in Beethoven something extraordinary. By 1792, the winds of change blew once more in Beethoven's direction. Haydn, passing through Bonn on his way back to Vienna, heard the young composer's work and was impressed. With the backing of the Elector of Cologne, arrangements were made for Beethoven to return to Vienna, this time to study with Haydn himself, and so, with a mixture of excitement and sorrow, he said goodbye to Bonn, the only home he had ever known. Vienna in the 1790s was a city alive with music. The old traditions of the classical era still held sway, but beneath the surface, new ideas were stirring. Beethoven arrived not as a wide-eyed prodigy, but as a serious artist, determined to make his mark. His early years there were spent in diligent study. Haydn taught him composition, though their relationship was not always easy. The elder master found his pupil headstrong, unwilling to simply follow the rules, while Beethoven sometimes grew frustrated with Haydn's more traditional approach. Still, the lessons were invaluable, grounding him in the forms and techniques that he would later bend to his own will. To support himself, Beethoven turned to performing and teaching. His skill at the piano was unmatched, and his improvisations became legendary. Audiences were stunned by the power and emotion of his playing. The way he could make the instrument sing, weep, or roar like a storm. He played in the salons of Vienna's aristocracy, charming patrons who would later support him, people like Prince Lichnowsky, who became one of his most devoted benefactors. But it was as a composer that Beethoven truly began to shine. His early works, piano sonatas, string trios, his first symphony, were still rooted in the classical tradition. Yet there was something new in them, a boldness, a restlessness that hinted at the revolutionary spirit to come. His Opus 1, a set of piano trios, was published in 1795 with great success, though not without controversy. Haydn, ever the traditionalist, advised against publishing the third trio, finding it too daring. Beethoven, confident in his vision, ignored the advice, and the public proved him right. Challenges, of course, were never far away. Money was often tight, and the politics of Vienna's musical world could be treacherous. Rivalries with other pianists sometimes turned bitter, and the expectations of patrons weighed heavily on him. But the greatest shadow looming over these early years was one he could not yet see: the first whispers of his hearing loss, which would begin to steal the very thing that defined him. Yet for now, in this golden time of youth and promise, the future stretched before him, vast and full of possibility. He had arrived in Vienna as a student, but he would leave it as a master. The world was listening, and soon it would never be the same. As you drift into sleep, imagine the soft hum of a piano in a candlelit room, the quiet rustle of sheet music, the distant echo of a melody taking shape. This was Beethoven's world in those early years, a world of hard work and quiet triumphs, of friendships forged and lessons learned, all leading toward the music that would one day stir the soul of humanity. And as you close your eyes, let the gentle rhythm of his story carry you into dreams, where even the faintest notes can become symphonies. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. Ludwig van Beethoven's journey was one of transformation, not just for himself, but for all of music. As the years unfolded, his work would break the boundaries of what was thought possible, reshaping the very fabric of classical composition. Imagine, if you will, the quiet intensity of his process, the way he would pace his small apartment, humming fragments of melodies, his hands occasionally darting to the piano to capture an idea before it vanished. Even as the world around him grew louder with war and upheaval, his mind remained a sanctuary of sound, a place where emotion and structure danced together in perfect harmony. His first major works were still rooted in the traditions of Mozart and Haydn. But even then, there was something different, an energy, a boldness that hinted at the revolutionary spirit to come. The Pathétique Asterisk Sonata, written in 1798, was one such piece. Its dark, dramatic opening chords announced a new voice in music, one unafraid of raw emotion. Listen closely, and you can almost hear the young Beethoven pushing against the constraints of his time, testing how far he could bend the rules before they broke. But it was his symphonies that would truly change everything. The Third Symphony, Asterisk Eroica Asterisk, began as a tribute to Napoleon, a hero Beethoven admired, until Napoleon declared himself emperor, shattering the composer's ideals. In a fit of fury, Beethoven tore the dedication from the manuscript. Yet the music remained, grander and more daring than anything before it. Twice as long as a typical symphony of the time, Asterisk Eroica Asterisk was a sprawling epic, full of unexpected turns, thunderous climaxes, and moments of heart-stopping tenderness. It was as if Beethoven had taken the symphony, a form once meant for elegant court entertainment, and turned it into a mirror of the human soul. And then there was the Fifth Symphony. Even now, those four famous notes, did-a-dum, echo through history, a symbol of struggle and triumph. Beethoven himself called them fate knocking at the door. And indeed, the entire symphony feels like a battle, a journey from darkness into blazing light. What few knew was that as he composed it, his hearing was slipping away. The man who lived for sound was slowly being sealed in silence. Yet instead of surrendering, he poured his defiance into the music, creating something so powerful that even now, centuries later, it stirs something deep within us. The Ninth Symphony was his final, monumental statement. By then, Beethoven was completely deaf. He could no longer hear the applause of audiences or the voices of friends, and yet, in that profound silence, he reached for something even greater, a vision of unity, of joy. The last movement, with its triumphant Ode to Joy asterisk, was unlike anything the world had ever heard. A chorus, singing Schiller's words of brotherhood, soared above the orchestra, as if Beethoven was reaching beyond music itself, beyond the limits of his own body, to touch something eternal. When it premiered in 1824, he had to be turned around to see the audience's reaction, their thunderous ovation, their tears. He could not hear them, but he had given them a gift that would echo through time. His piano works, too, were revolutionary. The asterisk Moonlight Sonata asterisk, with its haunting first movement, was a departure from tradition, more like a dream than a structured piece. The asterisk Hammerklavier asterisk Sonata pushed the piano to its limits, with dense, intricate passages that challenged even the greatest performers. And his late string quartets, those mysterious, deeply personal works, were like conversations with the divine, full of whispers and shouts, sorrow and transcendence. Beethoven's methods were as intense as his music. He carried sketchbooks everywhere, scribbling ideas, crossing them out, rewriting them dozens of times, until they matched the vision in his mind. He would work for hours without rest, forgetting meals, ignoring visitors, consumed by the need to perfect every note. Even as his body failed him, his creativity burned brighter. In his final years, isolated by deafness and illness, he composed some of his most profound works, music that seemed to come from another world, as if he could hear something the rest of us could not. His impact was immeasurable. Before Beethoven, music was often seen as decoration, a pleasant diversion. After him, it became a force, a way to express the deepest truths of the human experience. Composers who followed, from Brahms to Wagner, from Tchaikovsky to Mahler, stood on his shoulders, inspired by his fearlessness, his willingness to break the rules in pursuit of something greater. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let the echoes of his music linger in your mind. The soft murmur of a piano sonata, the distant swell of an orchestra, the quiet resolve of a man who refused to be silenced. Beethoven's story is one of struggle and triumph, of loss and unimaginable creation. And though the world he knew is long gone, his music remains a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. Close your eyes now and let the melodies carry you, as they have carried countless others, into the peaceful embrace of dreams. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Imagine for a moment a young boy in Bonn, Germany, sitting at a piano late into the night, his small hands moving clumsily over the keys. His father, a stern and demanding man, stands over him, insisting on perfection. This boy is Ludwig van Beethoven, and though he does not yet know it, his life will be shaped by a series of turning points, each one a fork in the road, each one leading him deeper into the heart of music. One of the first great crossroads came when Beethoven was just a teenager. His father Johann, had hoped to mold him into a child prodigy like Mozart, pushing him relentlessly. But Ludwig's talent was different, deeper, more unruly. When his mother died and his father succumbed to alcoholism, the young Beethoven was left to care for his younger brothers. It would have been easy for him to give up music entirely, to find steady work and provide for his family in a conventional way. But instead, he chose to pursue his art with even greater determination. A patron, Count Waldstein, recognized his genius and arranged for him to study in Vienna under the great Joseph Haydn. Had he stayed in Bonn, his music might have remained provincial, constrained by the limits of his surroundings. But Vienna was the city of dreams, the place where music lived and breathed. In those early years in Vienna, another pivotal moment arrived. Beethoven was known as a brilliant pianist, his improvisations leaving audiences spellbound. He could have spent his entire career as a performer, dazzling crowds with his technical skill, but he heard another calling, the whisper of composition. He began to write his own music, laboring over every note, refusing to settle for mere entertainment. His first published works were cautious, still echoing the styles of Mozart and Haydn. But then, in 1802, he faced a crisis that would change everything. He wrote a letter to his brothers, known now as the Heiligenstadt Testament, in which he confessed the unbearable truth. He was going deaf. The despair in those pages is palpable. He considered ending his life, but in the end, he made a choice to keep creating, to pour his anguish and defiance into his art. Had he surrendered to despair, the world might never have known the Eroica Symphony, the Fifth, the Ninth. But instead, he transformed his suffering into something transcendent. The years that followed were marked by both struggle and brilliance. As his hearing faded, his music grew bolder, more experimental. He broke the rules of classical form, stretching melodies into new shapes, letting emotion dictate structure. In 1808, he conducted what would become one of his most famous concerts, premiering both the Fifth and Sixth Symphonies in a single evening. The audience was baffled, even hostile at times. He could have retreated, softened his style to please the crowd. But Beethoven never compromised. He trusted his vision, even when others did not understand. And slowly, the world began to catch up. Another quiet turning point came in his later years, when he was nearly completely deaf, his body weakened by illness. He could have withdrawn from the world entirely, as many expected him to. Instead, he entered what scholars now call his late period, a time of astonishing creativity. Cut off from sound, he composed music that seemed to come from some inner realm, the otherworldly beauty of the late string quartets, the profound spirituality of the Missa Solemnis. It was as if, by losing his physical hearing, he had gained access to a deeper kind of listening. Had he allowed his isolation to silence him, these masterpieces might never have been written, but instead he reached inward, discovering new depths of expression. Even his final act was a choice. On his deathbed in 1827, as a storm raged outside, he was said to have raised a fist toward the heavens, a last gesture of defiance. But his legacy was one of generosity as well as struggle. He left his estate to his nephew and his music to the world. In those last moments, he might have cursed his fate, the cruel irony of a composer who could not hear, but instead, he left behind a body of work that would echo through the centuries, a gift to generations yet unborn. What if he had chosen differently at any of these crossroads? What if he had remained in Bonn, or given in to despair, or bowed to the tastes of his time? The world would have been poorer, quieter, less alive with the sound of his voice. But Beethoven was a man who refused to take the easy path. His life was a series of leaps into the unknown, each one leading him further into the heart of music. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of those choices, the moments that shaped him, the music that emerged from them. Let the quiet hum of a sonata, the distant thunder of a symphony, carry you into rest. For even in silence, Beethoven's music speaks, a reminder that even in darkness, there is light, and in struggle, there is beauty. Close your eyes now, and let his story, his choices, his unyielding spirit lull you into peaceful dreams. The notes linger in the air, soft as a whisper, eternal as the stars. Sleep well, knowing that great art, like great lives, is born not in comfort, but in courage. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Ludwig van Beethoven's life was not one lived in solitude. Though he often felt alone, his relationships, fraught with tenderness and turbulence, love and loss, shaped him as deeply as his music. They were the quiet melodies beneath the grand symphonies, the private harmonies that colored his world. His earliest bonds were with family, though they were not always gentle. His father, Johann, was a strict and sometimes harsh teacher, pushing young Ludwig to practice for hours, hoping to mold him into a prodigy like Mozart. The pressure was immense, but it forged in Beethoven a discipline that would last a lifetime. His mother, Maria Magdalena, was his solace, a warm presence in a childhood marked by struggle. When she passed away when he was just 16, he was left with a grief that never fully faded. He became the anchor for his younger brothers, especially Karl, whom he would later take under his wing with a mix of fierce devotion and overbearing control. In Bonn, before fame called him to Vienna, Beethoven found his first true mentor in Christian Gottlob Neff. It was Neff who recognized the fire in the young composer, guiding him not just in music, but in literature and philosophy. Their bond was one of mutual respect, a rare bright spot in Beethoven's formative years. When he left for Vienna at 21, it was with Neff's encouragement ringing in his ears, a voice that would echo in his heart long after. Vienna brought new connections, some fleeting, some lifelong. Among the most significant was his relationship with Joseph Haydn, the elder statesman of music who became, briefly, his teacher. Their dynamic was complicated. Haydn admired Beethoven's brilliance, but was often frustrated by his stubbornness. Beethoven, in turn, respected Haydn, but chafed under any authority. Still, there was warmth beneath the tension. Years later, when Haydn lay on his deathbed, Beethoven would visit him, a quiet reconciliation between two giants who had once struggled to understand one another. Friendship was both a balm and a battleground for Beethoven. He could be fiercely loyal, yet quick to take offense, his temper as legendary as his genius. One of his dearest companions was the violinist Karl Amenda, whose gentle nature provided a counterpoint to Beethoven's intensity. Their letters reveal a rare vulnerability. Beethoven once sent Amenda an early version of his famous Moonlight Sonata, calling it a reflection of their friendship. But even this bond was not immune to strain. When Amenda moved away, distance and misunderstandings frayed the connection, though the affection never fully disappeared. Then there was Stefan von Breuning, a childhood friend from Bonn who followed him to Vienna. Their friendship was a constant, though not always smooth. They quarreled, reconciled, quarreled again, yet always found their way back to each other. When Beethoven's hearing began to fail, it was Breuning who stood by him, helping him navigate the isolating silence that threatened to consume him. Their bond was a testament to the enduring power of shared history, of knowing someone through every season of life. But perhaps the most complex relationships in Beethoven's life were his romantic entanglements. He loved deeply, often hopelessly, his heart drawn to women who were, for one reason or another, just out of reach. There was Josephine Brunswick, a talented pianist and widow, with whom he shared a passionate correspondence. Their love was intense, but impossible. Society's expectations and her family's disapproval kept them apart. Yet, in his music, especially the Appassionata Sonata, one can almost hear the yearning, the unspoken words between them. Then there was the mysterious, immortal beloved, the woman to whom he wrote a letter so full of raw emotion that it has captivated scholars for centuries. Was it Antony Brentano, a married woman with whom he shared a deep intellectual connection, or another lost to time? The letter was never sent, its recipient unknown, but the passion in those words, my angel, my all, my very self, suggests a love that burned brightly. Even if it was never fully realized, these unfulfilled romances left their mark on his music, infusing it with longing and a sense of something just beyond grasp. Professionally, Beethoven's collaborations were just as impactful. His partnership with the piano maker Johann Andreas Streicher led to innovations in the instrument itself, allowing Beethoven to push the boundaries of what music could express. His relationship with his publishers was often contentious. he demanded respect, fair payment, and artistic control, refusing to be treated as a mere employee. Yet, even in these business dealings, there were moments of unexpected warmth when his publisher Sigmund Anton Steiner fell on hard times. Beethoven, despite his own financial struggles, offered to reduce his fees, a small act of kindness from a man often perceived as difficult. And then, in his later years, there was his nephew Karl, the son of his late brother. Beethoven's love for the boy was overwhelming, almost suffocating. He fought a bitter custody battle to raise Karl himself, determined to give him the guidance he had lacked, but his possessiveness and rigid expectations strained their relationship. Karl, caught between love and resentment, eventually attempted to take his own life, a shattering moment for Beethoven. Yet even then, there was reconciliation. In the end, Karl stood by his uncle's side, a fragile but enduring bond that reminded Beethoven of the complexities of love, how it could both heal and wound. As the years passed, Beethoven's circle grew smaller, his world quieter, but the relationships that had shaped him never truly faded. In his final days, as the storm raged outside, it was the memories of these connections, the laughter, the arguments, the letters never sent, the hands held in silence, that filled the spaces between the notes of his life. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine these threads of connection, weaving through Beethoven's story like melodies in a symphony. The love that inspired sonatas, the friendships that withstood time, the conflicts that shaped his art. Each relationship was a note in the grand composition of his life, some bright and joyful, others soft with sorrow. But together, they created something beautiful, something enduring. Let the warmth of these bonds, the quiet understanding between friends, the unspoken words of love, lull you into peaceful rest. For even in solitude, Beethoven was never truly alone. His music carried the echoes of all those who had touched his life, just as now, in the stillness of night, their stories gently carry you toward dreams. Sleep well, wrapped in the harmony of connections that transcend time. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. In the quiet hours of the morning, before the city of Vienna stirred to life, Beethoven could often be found at his writing desk, a cup of coffee steaming beside him. He brewed it himself, counting exactly 60 beans each time, a small ritual that brought order to his day. The scent of coffee, rich and earthy, mingled with the ink on his manuscripts as he worked, his pen moving steadily across the page. Even as his hearing faded, the rhythm of his daily habits remained a comforting constant, a private symphony of small, familiar motions. Beyond the grand concert halls and the weight of his genius, Beethoven was a man of simple pleasures. He loved long walks in the countryside, where the rustling leaves and birdsong became his companions when human voices grew distant. The rolling hills outside Vienna dotted with wildflowers and bathed in golden light, were his sanctuary. There, with a sketchbook in hand, he would pause to jot down musical ideas, or simply sit in silence, letting the stillness seep into his soul. Nature, to him, was a divine chorus, and he often spoke of feeling closer to God among the trees than in any cathedral. His friendships were deep and enduring, though not always easy. The pianist Carl Czerny, once his student, remembered how Beethoven would erupt in laughter at unexpected moments, his joy as sudden and bright as a summer storm. Yet he could also be fiercely private, retreating into himself when the world became too loud, even in silence. His closest confidant was perhaps his brother Johann, though their relationship was tangled with tension and care. Letters between them reveal a bond that weathered distance and disagreement, a connection that persisted even when words failed. Though the mystery of that letter's recipient lingers, the tenderness in his words speaks of a love that was profound and unfulfilled. He wrote of her in the quiet hours, when the weight of his loneliness pressed heaviest. And yet the music he composed during those years, pieces like the Moonlight Sonata, carry an ache so beautiful it feels like a whispered secret. Love for Beethoven was not always about possession. Sometimes it was about longing, about the spaces between notes where the heart speaks loudest. In his home, scattered among the manuscripts and ink-stained papers, were books, well-worn volumes of Shakespeare, Homer, and the philosophy of Kant. He read voraciously, underlining passages that stirred him, scribbling thoughts in the margins. Ideas were as vital to him as air, and he often said that music was the bridge between thought and feeling. Late at night, by the flickering light of a candle, he would lose himself in these pages, the words weaving into his dreams. Food, too, was a small but steady joy. He favored simple dishes, soup made with care, fresh bread, a glass of wine shared with friends. There was a tavern in Vienna where he was a regular, a place where the owner knew to bring him his favorite meal without asking. In those moments, surrounded by the hum of conversation he could no longer hear, but still felt in his bones, he was not the great Beethoven, but simply Ludwig, a man who appreciated good company and a warm meal. His love for children was especially tender. Though he never had his own, he adored his nephew Carl, whom he raised after his brother's passing. The boy brought both frustration and light into his life. Homework disputes, shared walks, the sound of youthful laughter cutting through his solitude. Beethoven's letters to Carl are filled with a father's worry and devotion, a reminder that even the most towering figures are shaped by the small, everyday acts of love. As the years passed and his health declined, these routines and relationships became his anchors. The storm of his temper, once so fierce, softened into a quieter resolve. He still composed, still walked, still found solace in the pages of his books. And when the end came, it was not with fanfare, but in a quiet room, rain tapping against the window, his hand resting on a manuscript as if in mid-thought. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, think of Beethoven not just as the composer of grand symphonies, but as a man who cherished coffee at dawn, who found peace in the rustle of leaves, who loved deeply and imperfectly. Let these quiet moments of his life, the small, ordinary, beautiful details, wrap around you like a lullaby. For in the end, it is not just the music that remains, but the humanity behind it, the quiet rhythms of a life well lived. Close your eyes and let the echoes of his world carry you into dreams. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the quiet mornings of his youth in Bonn, Ludwig van Beethoven would rise with the sun, his day beginning in the gentle hush of dawn. The house would still be wrapped in silence, the cobbled streets outside barely stirring as he dressed with care, his fingers brushing against the buttons of his coat, the fabric worn but neat. His first ritual was always the same, a simple breakfast of bread and butter, perhaps a piece of fruit, eaten slowly as he gathered his thoughts. Even then, he was a creature of habit, finding comfort in the predictability of routine. After breakfast, he would walk. The streets of Bonn were familiar to him, the rhythm of his footsteps, a steady cadence against the cobblestones. He liked to wander by the Rhine, where the water moved lazily, reflecting the early light. These walks were not just for exercise, but for thinking, for letting his mind drift like the river itself. Sometimes, if the air was crisp, he would pause to watch the fishermen at work, their nets cast in wide arcs, the sound of their voices carrying softly across the water. By mid-morning, he would settle at his desk, a sturdy wooden table cluttered with sheets of music, inkwells, and quills. His workspace was not grand, just a corner of a modest room, but it was his sanctuary. The act of composing was slow, deliberate. He would dip his quill into the ink, the scratch of the nib against paper, a quiet music of its own. If the notes did not come easily, he would rise again, pacing the room, humming under his breath, his hands moving as if conducting an invisible orchestra. Lunch was a simple affair, soup, perhaps, or cold meats with bread, eaten quickly so he could return to his work. In the afternoons, he often taught piano lessons, guiding young students through scales and sonatas with a patience that surprised those who knew his fiery temper. His fingers moved over the keys with effortless grace, demonstrating a passage again and again until the student understood. There was something soothing in the repetition, in the way music could be broken down into small, manageable pieces, each one building towards something greater. As evening fell, he might join friends at a local tavern, where the air was thick with laughter and the clinking of glasses. He was not always the loudest in the room, but when he spoke, people listened. He enjoyed debate, the exchange of ideas, the warmth of companionship. A glass of wine in hand, he would lean back in his chair, the candlelight flickering across his face as the conversations swirled around him. Later, back at home, he would read by candlelight, his fingers tracing the lines of poetry or philosophy. The books were well worn, the pages soft with use. Sometimes, if inspiration struck, he would return to his desk, working late into the night, the only sound the whisper of his quill and the occasional creak of the floorboards beneath his feet. When he moved to Vienna, his routines shifted but remained rooted in the same quiet rhythms. He still rose early, but now his mornings began with coffee, prepared with exacting precision, counting exactly 60 beans per cup, ground fresh each day. The ritual was sacred to him, the rich aroma filling his small apartment, a comforting constant in a life that was often tumultuous. His walks in Vienna were longer, more solitary. He wandered the outskirts of the city, through fields and wooded paths, where the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant call of birds. These walks were where he composed in his mind, humming melodies, working out harmonies, his hands moving as if playing an invisible piano. Nature was his refuge, the open air a balm for his restless spirit. His workspace in Vienna was more cluttered than ever. Sheets of music piled high, drafts scattered across tables and chairs. He worked standing up, bending over his desk, his brow furrowed in concentration. If the music would not come, he might splash cold water on his face or lie on the floor, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the ideas to settle. His hearing loss made the process more difficult, but he adapted, feeling the vibrations of the piano through the floor, trusting his inner ear to guide him. In the evenings, if he was not at the theater or a concert, he might host small gatherings at home. Friends would arrive, and the room would fill with conversation, with music, with the clatter of plates as they shared a simple meal. Beethoven, though often withdrawn, was a generous host, ensuring his guests were well fed, their glasses never empty. As he grew older, his routines became quieter, slower. His nephew Karl brought a new rhythm to his days, the sound of a young voice, the rustle of homework papers, the shared silence of evenings by the fire. Beethoven would watch the boy study, his own work momentarily forgotten, his stern expression softening into something tender. Bedtime was early, the lamp extinguished by 10. He slept fitfully, his mind still humming with music, but he cherished the quiet of the night, the way the world outside his window slowed to a whisper. And so his days passed, one into the next, a tapestry of small moments, coffee at dawn, ink on paper, the crunch of leaves underfoot. These were the quiet rhythms of his life, the ordinary beauty that shaped the extraordinary. And as you drift toward sleep tonight, imagine him there, in the glow of candlelight, his hand moving across the page, the music in his mind as steady and sure as the river outside his window. Let the stillness of his world wrap around you, gentle as a lullaby, carrying you softly into dreams. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Ludwig van Beethoven's inner world was as vast and layered as the symphonies he composed. His philosophy, though never neatly written down in essays or letters, was woven into the fabric of his music, his letters, and the way he moved through life. There was a fire in him, a deep belief in the power of the human spirit to rise above suffering, to create beauty even in the face of despair. And yet, as the years passed, that fire mellowed into something quieter, warmer, a steady glow that illuminated the quieter corners of existence. From his earliest days, Beethoven believed in the nobility of art, the idea that music was not mere entertainment, but something sacred, a force that could touch the soul. For him, it was a language beyond words, a way to express what could not be said. Even as a young man in Bonn, before fame had found him, he carried this conviction like a torch. He would sit for hours at the piano, improvising, searching for the perfect phrase, the exact emotion. His teachers remarked on his intensity, his refusal to settle for anything less than truth in sound, but it was suffering that deepened his philosophy. The first signs of his deafness arrived like a thief in the night, stealing from him the very sense that defined his life. In the Heiligenstadt Testament, a letter he wrote to his brothers, but never sent, he poured out his anguish. He lamented. Yet even in that despair, there was a defiance. He vowed to seize fate by the throat, to force it to bend to his will. This was the core of his belief that adversity was not an end, but a challenge to be met with courage. As his hearing faded, his music grew bolder. The Third Symphony, the Eroica, was a declaration of this spirit. Originally dedicated to Napoleon, whom Beethoven admired as a champion of liberty, he furiously scratched out the dedication when Napoleon declared himself emperor. To Beethoven, heroism was not in crowns or conquests, but in the struggle for something greater. The symphony swelled with this ideal triumphant, turbulent, and ultimately transcendent. He believed in the power of the individual to change the world, not through force, but through the sheer force of will and creativity. His personal life was marked by loneliness, yet he never lost his faith in human connection. He loved deeply, though often from a distance. His letters to the mysterious, immortal beloved pulse with longing, a testament to his capacity for passion. It was this same intensity that he poured into his friendships, his mentoring of young musicians, and later, his care for his nephew Karl. Family for Beethoven was both a source of joy and sorrow. The responsibility of raising Karl after his brother's death weighed heavily on him. He was stern, sometimes overbearing, wanting the boy to have the discipline he believed necessary for greatness, and yet, in the quiet moments sitting by the fire, listening to Karl recite his lessons, there was tenderness. He saw in Karl not just a duty, but a legacy, a chance to pass on the values he held dear: integrity, perseverance, the pursuit of excellence. Nature was another anchor in his life. Long walks in the countryside were not just a pastime, but a necessity. He would wander for hours, stopping to jot down musical ideas in his notebook. The rustling leaves and babbling brooks finding their way into his compositions. The pastoral symphony is a love letter to this world, an ode to the simplicity and majesty of the natural order. In those moments, he felt a harmony with something greater than himself, a reminder that creativity was not just a solitary act, but a conversation with the universe. Religion, too, shaped his thinking, though not in conventional ways. He was not a regular churchgoer, but he believed in a divine presence, a force that spoke through beauty and truth. The Missa Solemnis, one of his most profound works, is both a celebration and a questioning of faith. It is music that reaches toward the heavens, not with blind devotion, but with the restless curiosity of a seeker. He once said, "God is immaterial, and for this reason transcends every conception. Since he is invisible, he can have no form." In his later years, his worldview softened. The fiery rebel who had once shouted at kings became a man who found solace in small things: a cup of coffee in the morning, the scratch of his pen on paper, the quiet companionship of those he loved. His late string quartets, some of his most introspective works, seem to hover between sorrow and serenity, as if he had come to accept the contradictions of life. The famous Ode to Joy from his Ninth Symphony, with its vision of universal brotherhood, was not just idealism. It was a hard-won hope, a belief that despite everything, humanity could find its way to light. And then there was silence, not the silence of absence, but the fertile silence from which all music springs. In his final years, as his body weakened, his mind remained ablaze with sound. He could no longer hear the applause of audiences, but he could still hear the music inside him, clear as ever. On his deathbed, during a thunderstorm, he was said to have raised a fist toward the sky, as if in one final defiance, or perhaps in surrender to the storm's wild beauty. Beethoven's philosophy, then, was not a fixed set of rules, but a living thing, shaped by suffering, shaped by love, shaped by the relentless pursuit of something just out of reach. He believed in struggle, yes, but also in the quiet moments that make struggle worthwhile. The warmth of a fire, the laughter of a child, the first light of dawn touching the edge of the world. And as you drift towards sleep, imagine him there, in the flicker of candlelight, his hands moving across the keys of a piano he could no longer hear, the music rising like a prayer. His life was a testament to the idea that even in darkness, there is song. Let that thought wrap around you now, gentle as a blanket, carrying you softly into dreams where perhaps, somewhere in the distance, a melody lingers patient, enduring, and infinitely kind, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. From the very beginning, Ludwig van Beethoven's life was marked by challenges. as though fate itself sought to test the strength of his spirit. His childhood in Bonn was not one of ease or comfort. His father, Johann, a musician with dreams of molding his son into a prodigy like Mozart, was harsh and demanding. Late at night, young Ludwig would be roused from sleep, forced to practice at the piano until his fingers ached and his eyes burned with exhaustion. There was little kindness in those early lessons, only the relentless pressure to perform. And yet, even then, something in Beethoven resisted not the music itself, but the cruelty with which it was taught. He learned early that music could be both a prison and a refuge. As he grew older, his talent became undeniable, and by his teenage years, he had already begun composing his own works. But just as his star was rising, tragedy struck. His mother, Maria Magdalena, the one source of warmth in his tumultuous home, fell ill and passed away. Beethoven, then only 17, was left to care for his younger brothers, while his father sank deeper into alcoholism. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. Yet, instead of crumbling, he channeled his grief into his art. The music became his voice when words failed, a way to express sorrow, longing, and even fleeting moments of joy. When he moved to Vienna in his early 20s, the city of Mozart and Haydn, he arrived with high hopes. But the path to recognition was far from smooth. Though his prowess as a pianist earned him admirers, his temper and stubbornness often alienated patrons and peers. He refused to bow to nobility, believing that talent, not birthright, should determine a person's worth. Such defiance cost him opportunities, but he would not compromise. He would rather struggle in poverty than surrender his dignity. Then came the cruelest blow of all, the slow, creeping loss of his hearing. At first, it was just a faint ringing in his ears, an annoyance he tried to ignore. But as the years passed, the world around him grew quieter, muffled as though he were underwater. By his late 20s, the whispers of friends became unintelligible. The rustle of leaves outside his window faded into nothingness, and the applause of audiences reached him only as distant thunder. Doctors offered no cure, only useless remedies, herbal tonics, blistering treatments. Even leeches applied to his arms in a desperate attempt to restore what was already slipping away. The despair he felt during those years was unimaginable. In a private letter to his brothers, never sent but discovered after his death, he confessed his anguish. He wrote, "For a musician, deafness was not just a disability, it was a theft of his very identity." There were moments when he considered ending his life, but something within him refused to yield. Instead, he withdrew from society, avoiding gatherings where his condition might be noticed, and threw himself into his work with even greater intensity. And so, in the silence that enveloped him, Beethoven discovered a new way of listening. He could no longer hear the notes as they were played, but he could feel them through the vibrations of the piano, through the movement of his hands, through the rhythms pulsating in his bones. His compositions grew bolder, more experimental, as though the loss of one sense had sharpened all the others. He wrote some of his greatest works, the Ninth Symphony, the Moonlight Sonata, the late string quartets, during this time of profound isolation. The music became his bridge between the world he could no longer hear and the one he could still imagine. Even in his final years, when illness and frailty confined him to bed, his mind never stopped composing. Visitors would find him scribbling notes on scraps of paper, humming melodies under his breath, his fingers twitching as though playing an invisible piano. The world outside his window continued without him, carriages rattling down cobbled streets, birds calling to one another in the trees. But inside that small, cluttered room, an entire universe of sound still lived within him. And so, as you rest now, let Beethoven's resilience drift over you like a slow, steady melody. His life was not one of unbroken triumph, but of perseverance, of finding light even when the world grew dark. He faced each setback not with resignation, but with the quiet determination of a man who refused to let silence have the final word. And perhaps, in that refusal, he left us all a gift, the reminder that even in our own struggles, there is music waiting to be found, if only we listen deeply enough. Let your breathing slow, your thoughts soften, as you imagine him there, in the dim glow of candlelight, his hands still moving, still creating, even as the night stretches on. And just as he carried his melodies through the storm, may you too carry the gentle assurance that no darkness lasts forever, that somewhere, always, there is a dawn waiting, and with it, the promise of a new song. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Behind the grand symphonies and the stormy reputation, Ludwig van Beethoven was a man of quiet contradictions, of small joys and unexpected tendernesses that rarely make their way into the history books. He was, for instance, deeply devoted to his nephew Karl, a responsibility he took on with almost obsessive care, writing letters filled with fatherly advice, some stern, some surprisingly gentle, about everything from Latin lessons to the importance of clean linen. He fretted over the boy's education, his health, even his posture, as if trying to pour all the love he had never quite received as a child into this one young life. And then there were his morning rituals, so precise they bordered on the comical. He would rise early, no matter how late he had worked the night before, and begin his day by counting out exactly 60 coffee beans, no more, no less, for his single cup of brew. He ground them himself, the rhythmic crunch of the mortar and pestle, a private prelude to the day's work. Sometimes, if the light was just right, he would pause to watch the dust motes swirl in the sunbeams, lost for a moment in the quiet before the music took over again. Few know that he was also a terrible cook, though he insisted on trying. Friends who visited his apartments would sometimes find pots of dubious stew simmering on the stove, concocted from whatever ingredients were at hand: a handful of lentils, a few withered carrots, perhaps a scrap of meat if he could afford it that week. He ate with little regard for taste, fueling himself mechanically between bursts of composition. But on rare occasions, when in particularly good spirits, he would indulge in a glass of good wine, swirling it thoughtfully before drinking, as if it too were a kind of music. His sense of humor was another overlooked facet of his personality. Though often portrayed as brooding and tempestuous, he had a playful side, even a mischievous one. He loved puns and wordplay, scribbling silly rhymes in the margins of his notebooks. But perhaps the most surprising thing about him was his love of nature. Deafness had stolen the sounds of the world from him, but it seemed to sharpen his other senses. He took long, solitary walks in the countryside, sometimes for hours at a time, pausing to press his palms against the bark of trees or crouch down and watch ants marching in their intricate lines. He carried a notebook everywhere, jotting down not just musical ideas, but observations: the way the light filtered through leaves, the pattern of birds in flight. These moments of stillness, of connection to the earth, fed his creativity in ways the bustling salons of Vienna never could. And then there were the animals. He had a particular softness for them, especially dogs. Stories tell of him stopping mid-stride to scratch the ears of a stray, or quietly sharing his bread with a hungry cat outside his window. Once, when a friend's parrot learned to whistle the opening bars of one of his symphonies, Beethoven laughed so hard he nearly upset his inkwell. For a man whose life was so often marked by struggle, these small, unguarded moments of delight were like little lanterns in the dark. Even his famed temper had its quirks. Yes, he could erupt over a misplaced pen or a poorly tuned piano, but just as quickly his anger would dissolve into regret. There are accounts of him, after a furious outburst, sneaking back into the room to leave an apple or a handful of nuts on the desk of the person he'd just shouted at a silent, awkward apology. He was a man who felt everything deeply, whether joy or rage, and who often lacked the words to bridge the gap between his heart and the world. In his later years, when his health began to fail, he developed a habit of sitting by the window in the late afternoon, watching the street below, children playing, merchants packing up their stalls, the slow dance of everyday life. He took it all in with a quiet intensity. Sometimes, if a particularly striking cloud formation crossed the sky, he would reach for his notebook and sketch it, not with the precision of an artist, but with the shorthand of a man trying to capture a feeling. And through it all, the music never left him. Even when his body was too weak to sit at the piano, he would lie in bed, tapping rhythms on his blanket, his lips moving silently as he composed. Visitors would tiptoe in, thinking him asleep, only to realize he was still working, still creating, as if the act of making music was as natural to him as breathing. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, think of him not just as the towering figure of classical music, but as a man who counted coffee beans, who burned his supper, who laughed at parrots and left secret apologies on desks, a man who, like all of us, was made of light and shadow, of grand passions and small, ordinary joys. And just as his music endures, so too does the quiet reminder that even the most brilliant among us are human, flawed, tender, and endlessly surprising. Let that thought carry you now, soft as a lullaby, as you settle deeper into rest. The day will come again, with its own melodies and its own moments of unexpected grace. But for now, there is only this gentle darkness and the knowledge that somewhere, even in silence, the music plays on. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Imagine, for a moment, the world into which Ludwig van Beethoven was born, a world trembling on the brink of transformation. The year was 1770, in the quiet, cobblestone city of Bonn, nestled along the winding Rhine River. Europe then was a patchwork of kingdoms and empires, where candlelight still flickered in most homes, and the clatter of horse-drawn carriages filled the streets. The air hummed with the tension of change, as the old ways of aristocracy and rigid social hierarchies began to fray at the edges. It was an age of revolutions, not just in politics, but in thought, art, and the very way people understood their place in the world. The Enlightenment had already begun to scatter its seeds across the continent, whispering ideas of liberty, reason, and individuality. Philosophers like Rousseau and Voltaire had set minds alight with questions about human rights and the nature of freedom. And just as Beethoven took his first breaths, the American colonies were stirring toward independence. Their revolt against British rule, a distant echo that would one day ripple across the Atlantic and inspire others to dream of self-determination. These ideas of the individual's power, of the right to think and create freely, would later seep into Beethoven's very bones, shaping not just the man, but the music that poured from his soul. By the time he was a young man, the French Revolution had erupted, its cries of liberty, equality, and fraternity ringing through the streets of Paris. The guillotine's blade fell with terrible swiftness, toppling kings and upending centuries of tradition. Beethoven, like so many artists and thinkers of his time, was electrified by these upheavals. He admired Napoleon, at least for a time, seeing in him a champion of the people, a modern-day Prometheus who might bring the light of freedom to a darkened world. He would later dedicate his Third Symphony, the Asterisk Eroica, asterisk, to this ideal, only to famously scratch out Napoleon's name when the general crowned himself emperor. Even in disappointment, Beethoven's music remained a mirror to the age, reflecting its hopes and its fractures. The world around him was one of stark contrasts. In the salons of Vienna, where Beethoven would eventually make his home. Powdered wigs and delicate minuets still held sway among the aristocracy. Yet outside those gilded rooms, the Industrial Revolution was beginning to rumble, its machines and factories promising or threatening to reshape life entirely. The first steam engines chugged to life. Bridges of iron stretched across rivers, and the rhythms of work and time itself were being rewritten. Beethoven's music, with its bold dynamics and explosive energy, seemed to echo this new age of power and motion. His Fifth Symphony, with its iconic four-note motif, has been likened to the sound of fate knocking at the door, perhaps the door of a world straining toward modernity. And then there was Vienna itself, that glittering city of music, where Mozart had once dazzled audiences, and Haydn had refined the symphony into an art form. When Beethoven arrived there in his early 20s, he was stepping into a world still reverberating with Mozart's recent passing. The older composer's shadow loomed large, but Beethoven was no mere imitator. He studied with Haydn, clashed with him, learned from him, and then, as all great artists must, struck out on his own path. The Viennese aristocracy, though sometimes baffled by his tempestuous personality, recognized his genius and supported him, even as his deafness began to isolate him from the very sounds he created. It's worth pausing here to consider what deafness meant for a musician in that time. Today, we have hearing aids, cochlear implants, technologies that can bridge the gap between silence and sound. But in Beethoven's day, there was no such solace. His hearing faded slowly, cruelly, like a light dimming over years. At first, it was just the high notes that slipped away, then the middle registers, until finally, even the rumble of thunder or the roar of a crowd became a memory. And yet, in this growing silence, his inner music grew only louder, more vivid, more daring. His late works, the Moonlight Sonata Asterisk, the Asterisk Ninth Symphony Asterisk, with its triumphant Ode to Joy Asterisk, were composed in near or total deafness, proof that the music was never in his ears, but in his soul. The political landscape around him continued to shift like sand. The Napoleonic Wars swept across Europe, leaving scars on cities and spirits alike. Vienna itself was occupied by French troops not once, but twice. Beethoven, ever the contradictory figure, could be both a critic of tyranny and a beneficiary of aristocratic patronage. He raged against the constraints of his time, yet he also relied on the very system he sometimes scorned. This tension between rebellion and dependence, between the ideal and the real, fueled his art, giving it a depth and complexity that still resonates today. Through it all, the music never left him, even as Europe convulsed with change, even as his own body betrayed him. He continued to compose, to reimagine, to push boundaries. His work bridged the classical and romantic eras, taking the orderly structures of Mozart and Haydn and infusing them with raw emotion, with storms and sunbreaks of sound that seemed to mirror the turbulence of his age. Where earlier composers had written to entertain, Beethoven wrote to express, to confront, to heal. His music became a conversation with the divine, with nature, with the human heart itself. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine him not just as a monument, but as a man of his time, a time of revolution and revelation, of empires rising and falling, of the old world giving way to something new and uncertain. Think of him walking the streets of Vienna, his pockets stuffed with scribbled melodies, his mind alive with sound no one else could hear. Think of him laughing with friends, raging at his failings, staring into the abyss of silence, and answering it with some of the most glorious music ever written. The world he knew is long gone, and yet, in the hush of night, when the weight of the day begins to lift, his music remains a testament to the enduring power of creation. Even in the face of darkness, let it carry you now, as it has carried countless others, into the soft embrace of sleep. The revolutions of his time have faded into history, but the revolution of his art lives on, gentle as a whisper, strong as a symphony, eternal as the stars that wheel above us all. And somewhere, even now, the music plays on. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Ludwig van Beethoven's impact on the world of music and beyond was like a slow, deep river, its currents shaping everything in its path, carving new channels where none had existed before. His influence was not immediate, nor was it always understood in his time, but over the years, it has woven itself into the very fabric of culture, changing not just how music was written, but how it was heard, felt, and even thought about. To drift into sleep with this knowledge is to drift into a world transformed by sound, where the boundaries between art and life blur like the edges of a dream. In the early days, when Beethoven was still a young composer in Vienna, the world of music was one of order, structure, and elegance. The great masters Mozart, Haydn had perfected the forms of the classical era, their compositions balanced and graceful, meant to delight the courts and salons of Europe. But Beethoven, even then, was restless. He took these forms and stretched them, bending them to his will, infusing them with something deeper, something wilder. His early works still bore the marks of his teachers, but already there were flashes of something new, a sudden outburst of passion in a piano sonata, a defiant twist in a string quartet. Listeners were intrigued, sometimes perplexed. Some called him bold, others called him strange, but none could ignore him. As the years passed, and as the world outside grew ever more turbulent, with revolutions shaking nations, with old certainties crumbling, Beethoven's music grew bolder too. His Third Symphony, the Asterisk Eroica Asterisk, was unlike anything audiences had heard before. It was vast, heroic, a musical declaration that art could be as grand as history itself. At first, there was confusion. The symphony was longer, more complex, more emotionally charged than what people expected. Some listeners were overwhelmed, others were moved beyond words. But slowly, as the music was played again and again, as ears and hearts adjusted, something shifted. The asterisk eroica asterisk did not just entertain, it demanded something of its audience. It asked them to feel, to think, to rise to its heights. And in doing so, it changed what music could be. This was the beginning of Beethoven's greatest legacy. The idea that music was not just decoration, not just entertainment, but a force of its own, capable of expressing the deepest truths of the human spirit. Where earlier composers had written to please, Beethoven wrote to challenge, to console, to reveal. His Fifth Symphony, with its famous four-note motif, was not just a melody, it was fate knocking at the door. His Ninth Symphony, with its triumphant choral finale, was not just a piece of music, it was a vision of universal brotherhood, a cry of hope in the face of despair. These were not just compositions, they were experiences, and they transformed those who heard them. The musicians who came after him, Brahms, Wagner, Schubert, and so many others, stood in his shadow, awed and inspired. Some struggled with the weight of his influence, wondering how they could ever measure up. Others embraced it, letting his innovations guide their own. Brahms, for years, hesitated to write a symphony, fearing he could not escape Beethoven's towering presence. But when he finally did, it was with a deep reverence for the past and a quiet confidence in his own voice, a balance Beethoven himself would have understood. Wagner, ever the revolutionary, saw in Beethoven's music the seeds of something even greater, a total art form, where music and drama merged into one. And Schubert, in his short, luminous life, carried Beethoven's emotional depth into new realms of song, where every note seemed to breathe with life. Even beyond music, Beethoven's impact rippled outward, his life marked by suffering, defiance, and triumph, became a kind of myth, a story artists and thinkers returned to again and again. The Romantics, those poets and painters who sought to capture the sublime, saw in him a kindred spirit. Here was a man who had wrestled with silence, with pain, with the limits of his own body, and yet had created beauty beyond measure. To them, he was not just a composer, but a hero, a symbol of the artist as a solitary, suffering genius, an idea that would shape the way we think about creativity for centuries. Public perception of him changed, too, in slow, subtle waves. In his lifetime, he was respected, even celebrated, but also misunderstood. Some saw him as difficult, eccentric, a man out of step with the world. Others recognized his greatness, but could not always grasp its full meaning. But as time passed, as his music was played in concert halls across Europe and beyond, as generations of listeners discovered it anew, his stature grew. By the 19th century, he was no longer just a composer. He was a cultural icon, a name synonymous with artistic greatness. His face, brooding and intense, became one of the most recognizable in history, staring out from portraits and busts with a look of fierce determination. And then there was the silence, the great, unthinkable silence that descended as his hearing faded. For a musician, it should have been the end. But for Beethoven, it was the beginning of something even more profound. Cut off from the noise of the world, he turned inward, listening not with his ears, but with his soul. The music he wrote in those late years, the transcendent late string quartets, the Missa Solemnis Asterisk, the Ninth Symphony, was unlike anything that had come before. It was music that seemed to exist beyond time, beyond even sound itself, reaching toward something infinite. Those who heard it then, and those who hear it now, often speak of it in hushed tones, as if it were not just sound, but a kind of prayer. Today, his presence is everywhere, woven into the very air of our culture. His melodies appear in films, in advertisements, in the hum of everyday life. The Ode to Joy from his Ninth Symphony has become an anthem of hope, sung at celebrations, protests, and moments of unity around the world. His name is invoked not just by musicians, but by writers, philosophers, even scientists, as a symbol of human potential. And his music, his music still lives, still breathes, still speaks to us in moments of joy and sorrow, of struggle and peace. To listen to Beethoven now is to join a conversation that has been going on for more than 2 centuries. A conversation about what it means to be human, to create, to endure. It is a conversation that does not demand answers, but offers solace, understanding, a shared silence in which we can all rest. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let his music be the bridge between waking and dreaming, between the past and the present, between sound and silence. Let it remind you that even in darkness, there is light. Even in struggle, there is beauty. Even in silence, there is music. And somewhere, even now, the music plays on with the gentleness of falling snow. We transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. One of the most intriguing stories about Beethoven comes from his earliest years, a quiet moment that would shape the rest of his life. As a child, he was often found at the piano late into the night, long after the rest of his family had gone to sleep. His father, Johann, was a strict and sometimes harsh teacher, pushing the young Ludwig to practice for hours on end. But there was one evening, just one, when his father, perhaps softened by exhaustion or some rare tenderness, allowed the boy to keep playing past his usual bedtime. The house was dark, the streets outside silent, and the only light came from a single candle flickering beside the piano. In that stillness, Ludwig played not the rigid exercises his father demanded, but something softer, something of his own making. It was the first time he improvised, letting his fingers wander where they wished. No one wrote down what he played that night, but those who knew him later said that was the moment he began to hear music differently, not as something to be copied, but as something to be discovered. As he grew older, Beethoven's rebellious spirit only deepened. He was known to refuse to bow to nobility, something unheard of at the time. Once, while walking in the park with the famous poet Goethe, they encountered a group of aristocrats. Goethe immediately stepped aside and removed his hat in respect. But Beethoven kept walking, his head held high. It was not arrogance, but a quiet conviction, a belief that art was greater than titles. That genius owed nothing to birthright. Goethe, though initially shocked, later admitted that he admired the composer's unshakable sense of self. There were quieter moments, too, moments of vulnerability that few saw. One evening, while staying at a friend's house, Beethoven became so lost in his thoughts that he forgot where he was. He sat at the piano, playing for hours without pause, unaware that dinner had been served, unaware that the candles had burned low. The household staff, not wanting to disturb him, let him play on into the night. When he finally stopped, the room was dark, the fire had died, and he was alone. For a man who would later lose his hearing entirely, these solitary hours at the keyboard were a refuge, a world where sound was still his to command. His hearing loss, of course, is one of the most well-known struggles of his life. But there are small, poignant details that often go untold. In the early stages of his deafness, he would press his ear against the piano as he played, trying to feel the vibrations of the notes. He carried a small notebook everywhere, asking friends and visitors to write their words so he could read them instead of hearing them. But what is less known is that he also used these notebooks to argue with himself, scribbling down thoughts, crossing them out, rewriting them as if in conversation with an invisible companion. One page, preserved in an archive, shows him wrestling with a musical idea, then suddenly breaking off to write. Why must it always be so difficult? Even genius, it seems, was not without its doubts. Despite his growing isolation, Beethoven had a deep love for nature, often taking long walks through the countryside around Vienna. On one such walk, he was caught in a sudden rainstorm. Instead of seeking shelter, he stood motionless under a tree, letting the rain soak through his clothes. A passing farmer, concerned for the disheveled man, offered him a coat, but Beethoven waved him away. "The storm is my symphony today," he said. Or so the story goes. Whether he truly spoke those words or not, the image remains. A man who heard music in everything, even the rhythm of the rain. His daily habits were as unpredictable as his moods. He rose early, sometimes before dawn, and would immediately begin working, often still in his night clothes. Coffee was his one indulgence. He insisted on exactly 60 coffee beans per cup, counting them out one by one. If a single bean was missing, he would refuse to drink it. Meals were an afterthought, and he frequently forgot to eat unless reminded. Once, a friend came to visit, and found him composing at his desk, an untouched plate of food beside him. One of the most touching stories from his later years involves a young admirer. A boy named Gerhard von Breuning, the son of one of Beethoven's closest friends, often visited the composer in his final apartment. The two would sit together for hours, the boy listening as Beethoven, now completely deaf, played the piano with such force that the keys sometimes cracked under his fingers. One afternoon, Gerhard asked why he still played if he could no longer hear the music. Beethoven paused, then placed the boy's hand on the piano's sounding board. "Feel it," he said. And Gerhard did the vibrations, the resonance, the living pulse of the notes. In that moment, the child understood what the great composer had known all along. Music was not just something to be heard, but something to be felt, to be lived. Near the end of his life, as he lay bedridden during a fierce thunderstorm, Beethoven was said to have raised a trembling fist toward the heavens, as if challenging the storm itself. When the lightning flashed, his eyes blazed with the same fire that had fueled his music for decades. He died not long after, but the stories say that in his final moments, his fingers moved faintly, as if tracing one last melody in the air. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine those fingers still moving, that music still unfolding. Imagine the rain on the leaves, the hum of the piano strings, the quiet scratch of a pen in a notebook. Beethoven's world was one of sound and silence, of struggle and triumph. And in the spaces between his notes, there is room for all of us to rest. The stories linger, like the echo of a fading chord, soft and distant, but never truly gone. And somewhere, even now, the music plays on. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet years leading up to his final days, Ludwig van Beethoven lived in a world that had grown increasingly silent around him. Yet within his mind, the music never ceased. His hearing, once so sharp that he could pick out the faintest whisper of a violin string, had faded into near total deafness. But this did not stop him. Instead, it seemed to deepen his connection to the music within, as if the absence of external sound allowed him to listen more intently to the melodies that flowed from his soul. He would sit at his piano, pressing his fingers to the wood to feel the vibrations, closing his eyes as if to shut out the world and commune directly with the notes. His late works, those profound compositions written in the twilight of his life, carried a weight and wisdom that seemed to transcend the limits of human experience. The Ninth Symphony, with its triumphant ode to joy, was born in this era, a piece that reached beyond the darkness of his isolation to embrace all of humanity. When it premiered in 1824, Beethoven stood on the stage, unaware of the roaring applause behind him, until a musician gently turned him around to see the weeping, cheering crowd. But even as his fame grew, his body weakened. His hands, once so sure and powerful, now trembled with the effort of writing. His health deteriorated, stomach pains, jaundice, swollen limbs, yet his mind remained sharp, his creativity undimmed. He worked on his final string quartets, pieces that seemed to unravel the very fabric of music, weaving together dissonance and harmony in ways that would baffle and inspire generations to come. To the listeners of his time, these compositions were strange, almost otherworldly. But to Beethoven, they were the purest expression of his inner voice, unbound by convention or expectation. His home in Vienna was a quiet refuge, cluttered with manuscripts, half-finished scores, and the detritus of a life lived in pursuit of beauty. Friends and admirers would visit, speaking to him through conversation books pages where they wrote their words, and he replied in a voice grown rough with disuse. Yet even in his frailty, his presence was commanding. There was a gravity to him, a sense that he carried within him the weight of all he had created. As the years passed, his thoughts turned inward. He reflected on the struggles of his life, the loss of his hearing, the disappointments in love, the constant battle with his own temperament. But he also thought of the triumphs, the moments when his music had soared beyond the constraints of his suffering. He had once written, "Music is a higher revelation than all wisdom and philosophy." And in his final days, this belief held firm. When the storm came that final night, rattling the windows and shaking the walls, it must have seemed to him like the last great crescendo of his life. The thunder rolled like timpani. The lightning flashed like a sudden burst of brilliance in a symphony. And when he raised his fist to the sky, it was not in anger, but in recognition, a final, defiant gesture to the forces that had shaped him. After his passing, the world mourned. Thousands lined the streets of Vienna for his funeral, a testament to the profound impact he had made. His music once met with bewilderment and awe, now settled into the hearts of those who heard it, as if they had only just begun to understand its depth. In the years that followed, his influence stretched far beyond the concert halls. Composers would speak of him in reverent tones, as if his ghost still lingered over their shoulders, urging them to push further, to dig deeper. The Romantic era, with its embrace of emotion and individuality, was in many ways born from his example. His late works, once considered too radical, became sacred texts for musicians, studied and revered for their fearless innovation. Even now, 2 centuries later, his presence is felt. The opening notes of the Fifth Symphony still send shivers down spines. The Moonlight Sonata still cradles listeners in its melancholy embrace. The Ninth still lifts voices in unity, a reminder of the joy that exists even in the darkest of times. And so, as you drift into sleep, think of Beethoven not as a figure locked in history, but as a force that still moves through the world. His music was never just sound, it was a living thing, shaped by struggle and soaring with hope. In the quiet of night, when the world is still, you might just hear it. The faintest hum of a melody, the echo of a chord, the whisper of a man who refused to be silenced. Let it carry you into dreams, where the music plays on, endless and unchanging, as timeless as the stars. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. The music of Ludwig van Beethoven has never truly left us. Like the steady rhythm of waves upon the shore, his compositions return again and again, shaping the world long after his time. His influence is woven into the very fabric of music, touching composers, performers, and listeners across centuries. Even now, in quiet concert halls, or through the soft hum of a recording, his presence lingers, not as a distant memory, but as a living voice that continues to speak. Beethoven's legacy is not confined to the notes on a page. It is in the way he taught the world to feel music as something deeply personal, something that could express the unspoken depths of the human soul. Future composers, from the Romantics to the Modernists, found in his work a wellspring of inspiration. Brahms, who revered him, once hesitated for years before writing his first symphony. So great was his respect for Beethoven's shadow. Yet, when he finally did, traces of that influence could be heard, the same grandeur, the same emotional intensity. Even in rebellion, others could not escape his mark. The bold dissonances of Stravinsky, the sweeping textures of Mahler, the experimental harmonies of Schoenberg, all, in some way, were responding to the path Beethoven had carved beyond classical music. His reach extends into the most unexpected places. Jazz musicians have taken his themes and spun them into new improvisations, bending the rigid structures of sonatas into something fluid and free. Rock and pop artists have borrowed his motifs, weaving them into songs that pulse with the same defiant energy he once poured into his symphonies. When a film composer seeks a sound that stirs the heart, they often turn to the same emotional language Beethoven perfected: the swell of triumph, the ache of sorrow, the quiet moments of reflection. His fingerprints are everywhere, if you know where to listen. Institutions, too, have been shaped by his presence. The Vienna Philharmonic, the Berlin Philharmonic orchestras that once premiered his works, still hold his music at the core of their repertoire, treating each performance as both a tribute and a rediscovery. Music schools teach his compositions not just as historical artifacts, but as living lessons in expression and technique. Pianists spend lifetimes studying his sonatas, each interpretation a new conversation with the composer himself. And on the streets of Bonn, his birthplace, and in Vienna, where he rests, his name is spoken with reverence, his home preserved as a shrine to the power of creativity. But perhaps the most profound testament to his enduring influence is how his music has become a universal language. When the Berlin Wall fell, it was the ode to joy from his Ninth Symphony that rang out, a hymn of unity for a divided world when astronauts aboard the International Space Station wished to share something beautiful with Earth. They chose his melodies. In moments of celebration, in times of mourning, his music returns because it speaks to something beyond time, beyond borders, beyond even the limits of hearing. Beethoven, who himself lost the ability to hear the very sounds he created, taught the world that music is not merely heard, but felt. And so, as you let your thoughts drift, imagine the countless hands that have carried his music forward, the conductor who lifts a baton to summon the Fifth Symphony's opening motif, the student who practices Für Elise late into the evening, the listener who closes their eyes and lets the Moonlight Sonata wash over them like a lullaby. Each one is part of an unbroken chain, a legacy that refuses to fade. His music was born from struggle, deafness, loneliness, a world that often seemed indifferent. Yet what he left behind is not a monument to suffering, but a gift of resilience. Every time a child plinks out the first notes of Ode to Joy on a piano, every time an orchestra takes a collective breath before launching into the storm of the Eroica, his spirit stirs again. He is no longer just a man who lived 200 years ago. He is the echo in a concert hall, the hum of a radio playing softly in another room, the melody that lingers in your mind as sleep draws near. And so, as the night deepens and the world grows quiet, let his music be the bridge between waking and dreaming. The same notes that once filled grand theaters now drift like whispers through the dark, gentle and unchanging. They have traveled far, these melodies, through wars and revolutions, across oceans and generations. Yet they remain as fresh as the day they were written. Because great music does not age, it simply waits, patient and eternal, for the next listener, the next dreamer, to hear it anew. Close your eyes and let it carry you. The symphony is not over. It has only just begun. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. There are many stories told about Beethoven, passed down like whispered secrets from one generation to the next. Some are true, some are half-truths, and some are simply myths that have grown over time, wrapping themselves around his legacy like ivy clinging to an old stone wall. We often imagine him as the brooding genius, the solitary figure hunched over his piano, deaf to the world, yet composing some of the most beautiful music ever known. But the truth, as it often does, holds more shades of gray than the stark black and white of legend. One of the most persistent myths is that Beethoven was completely deaf when he composed his greatest works. It's a powerful image, the idea that he could no longer hear the very notes he was writing, that the music existed only in his mind before it was given to the world. But the reality is more gradual, more complex. His hearing loss began in his late 20s, a slow unraveling that started with high frequencies, muffled conversations, and eventually the absence of birdsong. By the time he wrote his Ninth Symphony, he could hear only faint vibrations, the thunder of a bass note, or the deep resonance of a cello. Yet even then, he could still feel the music in his bones, in the vibrations of the piano beneath his fingers. He was not cut off from sound entirely. He was learning a new way to listen. Another story often told is that of the Moonlight Sonata, a piece so tender and melancholy that it seems to embody the sorrow of a lonely night. But the title itself is a later invention, not Beethoven's own. He simply called it Sonata Quasi Unifantasia, a sonata in the manner of a fantasy. The nickname Moonlight was given by a poet years after Beethoven's death, a romantic interpretation that stuck so firmly we can hardly think of the piece without it. And while the first movement is indeed haunting, the sonata grows restless as it unfolds, moving from quiet contemplation to stormy defiance. Beethoven was not content to linger in sorrow. His music was always pushing forward, always searching for light. Even the famous tale of him tearing the dedication page of the Eroica Symphony, upon hearing Napoleon had declared himself emperor, is more layered than it seems. Yes, Beethoven admired the ideals of the French Revolution. And yes, he was furious when Napoleon betrayed them. But the symphony itself was never truly about Napoleon. It was about heroism in the abstract, about struggle and triumph, about the resilience of the human spirit. Beethoven did not need a single man to embody those ideas. His music was bigger than that. Then there is the image of Beethoven as a solitary, friendless figure, locked away in his own mind. It's true that he could be difficult, even rude, especially as his deafness made communication exhausting. But he was not without companionship. He had friends who adored him, patrons who supported him, students who revered him. He wrote letters full of warmth and humor, even playful teasing. He loved nature, taking long walks through the countryside, letting the rustle of leaves and the rush of rivers fill the silence his ears could no longer provide. His world was not as lonely as we sometimes imagine. It was simply different, shaped by a mind that heard music where others heard only quiet. Perhaps the greatest myth of all is that Beethoven's music is only for the serious, the intellectual, the elite. We put him on a pedestal, as if his symphonies were meant only for grand concert halls, and not for everyday moments. But Beethoven himself wanted his music to be for everyone. He wrote dances and folk tunes alongside his grandest works. The Ode to Joy was meant to be sung by ordinary people, a celebration of universal brotherhood. His melodies have found their way into cartoons, commercials, lullabies, proof that his music is not locked away in some ivory tower, but alive in the world, adaptable, enduring. And so, as the night settles around you, let these layers of Beethoven's story unfold like the slow turning of pages in an old book. The myths are beautiful in their own way, but the truth is richer. more human. He was not just a tormented genius or a marble statue of a composer. He was a man who loved coffee so much he counted out exactly 60 beans for each cup, a man who scribbled and scratched out his compositions in messy notebooks, wrestling with ideas until they took shape. A man who, despite his deafness, could still feel the rhythm of life in the tap of a cane on cobblestones, in the pulse of his own heartbeat. His music was not born from suffering alone, but from an unshakable belief in beauty, in joy, in the possibility of something greater. And that is why it still speaks to us, softly, in the quiet of the night. The myths may fade with time, but the music remains patient, eternal, waiting to be heard again. Let it carry you now, as the darkness wraps around you like a gentle embrace. The symphony is not over. It has only just begun. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. As we drift toward the close of Beethoven's story, let us linger for a moment in the quiet hush of reflection, like the final notes of a sonata fading into silence. His life was a tapestry woven with struggle and triumph, with loneliness and deep connection, with despair and unyielding hope. And though he left this world nearly 2 centuries ago, his presence lingers, not just in concert halls or history books, but in the very way we understand music, art, and the resilience of the human spirit. He was born into a world that valued order, where music followed strict rules and composers served at the pleasure of nobility. Yet, Beethoven refused to be confined. He broke those rules, not out of rebellion for its own sake, but because his inner voice demanded it. His melodies soared beyond the expected. His harmonies took daring turns, and his symphonies stretched the boundaries of what music could express, even as deafness closed in around him, cutting him off from the sounds he loved. He continued to compose, not from memory, but from imagination, from some deep well of creativity that even silence could not dry up. Think of his Ninth Symphony, that monumental final work, written when he could no longer hear the applause it would receive. The famous Ode to Joy, a celebration of unity and brotherhood, was crafted by a man who lived much of his life in isolation. There is something profoundly moving in that contrast, a reminder that art does not always mirror the artist's circumstances, but sometimes transcends them, offering what the heart most longs for. Beethoven's music did not just reflect his world, it transformed it, and in doing so, transformed ours. Today, his influence is everywhere, though we may not always notice it. Film scores echo his dramatic crescendos. Modern composers still study his structures, and his melodies hum in the background of our cultural memory. But more than that, his legacy lives in the way we think about creativity itself. He showed us that genius is not effortless. It is messy, relentless, born from countless revisions and stubborn persistence. Those coffee-stained manuscripts, filled with scribbles and crossouts, tell us that even the greatest masterpieces begin as rough drafts, as fleeting ideas chased across paper, until they take their final, luminous shape. And what of the man behind the music? He was, after all, only human, flawed, tempestuous, prone to fits of anger and bouts of melancholy. He loved deeply, mourned bitterly, and carried the weight of his frustrations like stones in his pockets. Yet through it all, he never lost his sense of wonder, his belief in the sublime. He found joy in nature, in long walks through the countryside, where the rustling leaves and birdsong became his private concerts. He cherished his friends, even when his temper drove them away, and he clung to humor, writing playful notes and making wry jokes even in his darkest hours. Perhaps that is why we still return to his music, night after night, century after century. It does not merely impress us with its brilliance, it speaks to us. In the tender adagios, we hear solace. In the stormy allegros, we recognize our own struggles. And in the triumphant finales, we feel, if only for a moment, that we too can overcome. Beethoven's greatest gift was not just his ability to compose, but his ability to remind us of what it means to be alive, to hope, to fight, to endure, and above all, to listen as the night deepens and your eyelids grow heavy. Let his story settle into the quiet spaces of your mind. Imagine the soft glow of candlelight on his desk, the scratch of his pen as he worked late into the evening, the distant echo of a melody taking form. His life was not a fairy tale, nor was it a tragedy. It was something far more real, far more beautiful. And though the final chapter of his earthly journey ended long ago, the music plays on, an unbroken thread connecting past and present, dreamer and listener. So let go now, as the last notes drift into silence. Let the warmth of the covers and the rhythm of your breath carry you toward sleep. Beethoven's symphony is over, but its echoes remain, woven into the fabric of the night, into the quiet hum of the universe. And as you slip into dreams, may you carry with you the quiet certainty that beauty endures, that creativity outlasts suffering, and that somewhere, beyond the edges of hearing, the music never truly ends. Rest now, the night holds you gently, and morning will bring its own soft light. Until then, let the stillness cradle you, as the great composer's legacy lingers in the air, like the faintest, sweetest whisper of a melody you've always known. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as boundless as his imagination.